Hello, 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 everyone. Hope we're all doing well. So, for today, also thank you so much, Narwhal by Nature, for your subscription. We are 6/10 of the way to getting a stream that will be on a particular historical topic of the audience's choice, of course. So anything that people would like in the YouTube side, or on the YouTube side, we have a poll asking who should I react to for the next bad history documentary, the next bad history react, if it should be What If Alt Hist again, or if it should be someone else, and if so, whom. Because What If Alt Hist is always there, you know what I mean? Rudyard is always there, but I have some other ideas, but yeah, just wanted to put that out there for the people that are in YouTube chat, so that way y'all can go vote if you need to. So for today, it's going to be interesting because in a little bit I also have to start a Discord event where there are going to be other people also partaking in this, the reading of Zygmunt Bauman, which is going to be on his book Modernity and the Holocaust, which I know it's not exactly the lightest of subjects, but again, it's still a very important book when it comes to my own work, and it's something that I think will be at least interesting for people to listen to if they would like. But first, so about Tantura, the documentary that's in English was taken down from YouTube, but the one in Spanish is still up. So we can either watch it and every time that Spanish subtitles are on the screen, I'll just translate them instantly, or we can just watch videos about the documentary itself, like interviews with the producer and the director and such, because the documentary is very good, detailing what happened in Tantura all those years ago. Yeah, Rudyard will always be with us. He's like our guardian. Well, I don't want to say guardian angel, but you know what I mean, right? Here, let me turn this off really quick. But the main thing being that, of course, if we do the Spanish one, I will, of course, translate it immediately. So again, it won't be you won't know what it's. A lot of it is in English, but a good chunk of it. But there's a good chunk of it that's already in English anyway. But there is, the interviews and such would be in Hebrew. So just letting you know. So just asking about that. So let me quickly just go to the playlists, the videos for stream. Okay. Okay, so what do we have? Trying to find something that I know I can watch on Twitch, because that's always one of the problems, is Twitch, right? Okay, I found it. Whoa. If it's too, or maybe I can just turn it down on my own, because I know there's always sound problems. Okay. So I'll read what it's saying here, because I know it's kind of cut out, but at Sobibor, I am witnessing the tools of the modern age: trains, assembly lines, and gas engines used by the Germans to efficiently murder thousands of people on any given day. And yet, how new is this reality? The primitive whips used by the Germans are no different from those used by brutal slave masters for thousands of years. So this is by Philip Bielowitz, again, who was a survivor at Sobibor, which was one of the concentration camps in the east. I believe in what is now Ukraine, but I could be wrong. Actually, I think it's now Poland, but it doesn't really matter. The point being that that this is actually looking at it from a perspective that is slightly different from what, like, how should we think about what happened in Gaza, right? And so this is looking at it as a ghetto uprising, right? Seeing it in the same vein as that tradition.
The Sobibor extermination camp, Poland, World War II.
Yeah, Poland, there we go.
On October 14, 1943, a group of Jewish inmates and prisoners of war launched an insurrection. Knowing they were facing death or worse, they had made a careful, secret plan to quietly assassinate the top SS officers one after. I'm
always like, want to make sure, because I know it's like in that part of Poland where, it would go back and forth, like the Austro-Hungarians, so I just want to, so thank you so much, Sasha, for clarifying that.
The other, take their weapons, sabotage the communications infrastructure, kill the remaining guards, take over the armory, open the gates, and let the rest of the prisoners escape and join the partisans.
So that was their intention, right? And they had planned this. And again, this is what another historian who I've brought up many times, Norman Finkelstein, also compares it to the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, right? In particular. And so I think, and people kind of, don't want to use an uprising that was done by Jews, right, against Germans, right, to be used in the context of Palestinians rising up against Israelis, because most Israelis happen to be Jewish, right? So there's this weird, like, what do we do about discussing this historical topic, right? Like, for me, I think if it fits, it's fine, right? Like, I don't think, to me, there's a need to. But this is actually an issue in genocide and Holocaust studies, where people often want to make the events of the Holocaust kind of like that deal with the Jewish people as very unique, right? And sort of say that there's nothing else like it, right? And so there's a big problem with that. Hello.
At the time that I'm recording this, Israel has just invaded Rafah. The official death toll far exceeds 30,000, with presumably tens of thousands.
So, this is also important too, that recently Ralph Nader in the Washington Citizen, I believe, reported that essentially that the actual amount of people that have perished is about 300,000. That is 1 in 6 people in Gaza, and is higher than my own estimate, with all of the data I had at my disposal. My estimate was closer to 200,000, which again, I don't really like to talk about it in these like, oh, well, it's this number or that number. But hearing the number 300,000 really hit me, because, again, that's 15% of the entire population of the Gaza Strip. So, the volume for, yeah. I think it's because the point is that, like, it will change, right? So, with that being said, that there are already people that are saying that it is around that number, reminds us again that, like, when it comes to historians and all of this stuff, right, like, oh my goodness, thank you so much, Omega Star, I appreciate that. So it's right now it's currently at 15% of all Palestinians living in Gaza, and we won't know, We really won't know. I mean, we still don't. We still find stuff. Historians, etc., still are discovering new lists of people, even with what happened, in occupied East Europe, right, in the 40s. So this idea that, like, oh, we will know definitively, the number that the health ministry of Gaza releases, right, which is recently shown to be about 42,000, is only what they can corroborate. So that's if they are in hospitals, if they are brought to, which then have morgues, right, and then they can corroborate that person. But to bring a person into the hospital or into the medical space where then they can be classified, so to speak, right, where they can be identified, I should say, not classified, is very difficult because so many of the hospitals are essentially running on fumes, right? So I may be way off base here, but from my limited understanding, I see three big differences between the Warsaw Ghetto and the Gaza Ghetto uprising. Check me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I would. Again, like, I'm not trying to say that they're one and the same. Like, they're two events, like, directly mirroring one another. I mean, I'm not saying that either. That's what Adi is saying here in the video. But one, this is not talking about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. This is talking about the Sobibor uprising. I mean, like, at least that's what he's framed it with so far. So, one, Warsaw basically failed. Yeah, two, I mean, yes, it did fail. That's true. Two, it didn't have much long-term strategy behind it. Three, it mostly consisted of formal police rather than the tents. Yeah. No, that makes sense. So,
thousands more buried under the rubble. Forced starvation continues with barely any aid coming through, and university campuses around the world are becoming sites of rebellion where people confront their states and institutions' complicity with genocide. The horrors continue, but so does resistance, with Palestinian armed factions fighting back ferociously in Gaza, with Hezbollah continuing to pin Israeli forces to the north, and with Ansarullah in Yemen continuing its naval blockade. By the time I get around to publishing this, there will likely be some new Israeli atrocity and new development. The situation keeps changing. Al-Aqsa flood and the Gaza Ghetto uprising are still unfolding, and a lot of what I say might become dated within days or even hours. So I'm trying as much as possible to think of this video as an evergreen essay, as something that could hopefully stay relevant after the news cycle will inevitably.
oh no, you don't need to apologize. Like, I mean, those are very good points, right? Because if people see the title, right, that's what they want it to be, right? Like that is something that, as scholars, right, like, if you start to compare things, right, then expectations come up, right? That's why, like, historians don't like to make analogies, like one-to-one analogies, very much, because then people will say, well, it didn't have this or this particularity, right? And it's not bad to say, oh, it doesn't have this particularity, right? Because there are times where the analogy is wrong, right? Or it doesn't fit quite right. But so far what we have gotten from Adi is Sobibor and their organized uprising, right? Which also technically, I mean, it was successful in some ways, but it failed ultimately as well. So, but like one of the things that they're trying to do is specifically I think that they're hoot hoot is trying to formulate this in a way so that when new information comes out, right, it could easily be aggregated onto. So that's why I brought up the fact that Ralph Nader brought up the fact on Democracy Now!, right, that the death toll is now estimated to be, in some respects, by some scholars, to be around 300,000, right? Not like Lancet. The Lancet publication was months ago. It was in June 8th, if I remember correctly. It was 186,000. Now it's 300,000, right? And that was in the span of 2 months. So,
move on. I heard about the attack first thing in the morning of October 7th when I checked my phone and saw the family WhatsApp blowing up with messages. My older sister lived until October 7th in one of the kibbutzim in the Gaza envelope with her kids. and they were locked in the safe room for the day and were luckily able to flee the area. But I'm not here to talk about my own situation. I'm here to talk about October the 7th, its aftermath, Israel's genocidal response, the guerrilla defense, the uprising, the history and present of Israeli counterinsurgency, the military philosophy behind it, and how everything changes in the Middle East now, how to make sense of this, and what we can possibly learn from this theoretically, tactically, and strategically. Sounds like a lot? It is.
It's funny because like on Twitch I actually do have the little pointer as an emote. So I don't know. I like it. Like I like that became a kind of symbol because it's also part of the Palestinian flag, right? The triangle, right? Which itself is related to the Arab Revolt flag of 1936, but is also right now also this other thing, right? It's a symbol of, you know, of the media dimension, the fact that, you know. So anyway, and yes, Adi is Israeli, but he's anti-Zionist, right? And that's why when I saw that these documentaries were being made, or these video essays, I thought that theirs would probably be a good one to check out. Wait, what is the red triangle? Oh, the red triangle, like you see it on the screen, right? It's what early on, like it caught on with when Hamas, right? When they would be pointing at like, oh, this is the target, right? And then they would show how they struck the target, right? And so that red triangle also exists in the form of like the Palestinian flag, right? Like it's in the Palestinian flag, right? A red triangle, I should say, not those two things are. So it's so I've seen a lot of artwork that like uses that conceit of the fact that it is in the Palestinian flag, the red triangle, right, to kind of, you know, create revolutionary art, right? Yeah.
So, within these murky, contested, still shifting historical grounds, within this fog of war, what do we know, and how do we know it? I'll get to that, but first, just a few sentences on context. Gaza.
I will say one thing though, and that is that I do. Oh yes, thank you so much for those emotes of Megastar Narwhal. One thing I will say though is I do like his kofia, right? I do like it, and I've seen it on Hirbawi's website, but on the video you can barely tell it's a kofia, right? Because it's like black on black, right? It's like sleek black on matte black, right? So you can't really tell too much that it's a kofia, but it is, because like mine are either the traditional like white or this one with the Palestinian flag colors, but like that one, like because of I don't know if it's just me or maybe I just can't see it. I don't know. Maybe it's like that dress
has been cut off from the rest of Palestine since 1948. The lives of around.
By the way, there is a lot of stuff that, like, again, in my own research, I mean, I'm still finishing up because I'm working through 1923 to 1939. It's taking me a little bit to get through the next article. Again, if you'd like to support me, you can always become a patron on Patreon. Honestly, that is, I mean, that's if you would like to, again, to have, or also, yeah, on Patreon would probably be best. Because there I do publish the articles that I where I talk about this stuff, also on Substack. But regardless, the point being that that the Israelis began the ethnic cleansing of Palestine December 1947, right? So the entire mythology of, oh, you know, the Arab armies attacked and blah blah blah, that isn't true. In fact, the Arab armies did not really arrive anywhere in Palestine really until March of 1948. And that was in the parts that were going to be allotted to an Arab state anyway. So, pose no threat to, so to speak. But before Israel declared independence, by essentially by the 1st of April, like essentially the vast majority, like 80% of the ethnic cleansing had already been done. It wasn't as though everything that happened after May 14th, 1948, right, when or 15th, when they declared independence, the state of Israel, that's when it all started. No, it started well before, right? In fact, it started right after the partition plan was approved by the United Nations. So
2.3 million people in Gaza have been all but defined by siege and imprisonment for decades. The introduction of the permit system and the first sweeping closures started in the early 90s, and the full siege was declared in 2007. In effect, it has already been subject to genocidal conditions for years, but it was a kind of slow genocide, or creeping genocide, or what Israeli historian Ilan Pappé called an incremental genocide.
And again, I definitely recommend reading the works of Ilan Pappé. He's a very good historian when it comes to this. His book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, is one of those books that, once you read that book, it's very difficult to not understand, right, that the Palestinians didn't even want to fight in the first place, right? That they were that so many of them, and to the point where, and this is what I find very interesting. There's one scene when there's the last Arab city, right? The last Palestinian city, which is Jaffa, right? Which is now sort of consolidated with what was then called the Hebrew city of Tel Aviv. Is that it was the most well defended city of the entire of Palestine, essentially, by its own people, right? By Palestinians, not by the ALA or the Jordanian Arab Legion. So it turns out that a literal Templar, like an actual German Templar knight, I'm not even joking, fought against the soon-to-be Israelis in order to keep Jaffa a Palestinian city. Yeah, I love it. I love his kufiyya. It's just like I could only see the design in certain angles, which I love. I love kufiyya. In fact, I was wearing one when I was teaching earlier today. It's But yeah, so that's one of the things is there were people even of other nationalities, even of other religions. In fact, there were a lot of Christians that lived in Jaffa, and they were willing to defend against the Haganah invasion.
Already in 2006. Let that sink in. Gazans have been exposed to conditions calculated to make life impossible for decades. Most Israelis, myself included, have never been to Gaza. My sister and her children lived less than a kilometer from Gaza until October 7th, and they have never been there either. All we know about Gaza is mediated and abstracted through the fallacies we're fed in the...
Oh my gosh, I hate these videos where they make little Israeli kids, right? Zin, Chit, Shtichan, Beyechad, all of these videos that they've made to scaremonger using kids, right? To me, in my opinion, this would qualify, again, in my opinion, as child abuse, because very obviously using them for propagandistic purposes to enable a genocide, not good. It's not a good look. I'll put it like that. I know. Well, it's for them to say oh look, we found this little tunnel, and it's from a video, and these two, and it's Yoni and I forget Hershey or whatever, and it's oh, we found this tunnel and that their soccer ball went into, and so like then they pop up and then they're in Gaza, and I'm like, bro, you're literally saying the quiet part out loud, like, hello. This does not look right. Like Hamas did not build this. You know what I mean? Like, Hamas didn't build this to keep the Israelis out. I'll tell you that, right? It's PragerU but Israeli, so it's like, somehow worse.
Press and the schooling system. So Gaza is a black box, right? A free kill zone. What the Shil Membe calls a death world. Gaza is essentially a holding pen since the 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestine, an open-air prison to hold the refugees who survived back then and their descendants. Israel's National Security Director, Giora Eiland, called Gaza a concentration.
Again, this is why Norman Finkelstein brings this up every single time, because Giora Eiland said this in 2004, before Hamas was even a political party, before Hamas was even voted for in 2006 in those elections that were declared fair and free by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter, right? And not only that, but that the Bush administration and Benjamin Netanyahu, right, kept telling Hamas to run, right? At first, they did not want to be a political party. They told them, "Oh no, you should run in these elections. You should. We want you to be a political party." So before that even happened, right? 2 years before this happened, it was already being described as this by the National Security Advisor, right? I mean, yeah, like this is the part that I wish, like, Norman doesn't ever bring that up. He does bring up Giora Eiland, but he doesn't bring up that it was in 2004, right? Like, they already said, he already had mentioned this, right? She had already mentioned this, right? And so, he had already mentioned this, so...
camp in 2004. Over the years, it's become a lab for the testing of Israeli weapons.
And yes, please do like the stream. Please do, if you would like to. Hello, the Kievit. I'm doing well. How about yourself? It's good to see you. So what he's talking about right now is something that Lowenstein's book, The Palestine Laboratory, is about. And that I've also mentioned in relation to the border, that all of the stuff that's tested, that is used, like here where it says battle proven, right? Like Hermes 450, it says up here battle proven by Elbit Systems. They sell these to, like, the Department of Homeland Security, the Border Patrol, so then that way they can use it against people along the border, right? And in fact, break international law by going into Mexican airspace all the time, but...
weapons and surveillance technologies. It has experienced multiple large-scale military operations. Eden Lando counted 12 since 2003, with a death toll already in the high thousands. And it's a place that has already been declared by the UN as unlivable, unfit.
So again, this is another part to also keep in mind. This, like, people can say many, many different things, right? Because a lot of people want to say, oh, that the UN now, right, after October 7th, right, that now it's problematic, right, But in 2018, they, back apparently when the UN was good, right, when it was doing things apparently Israel liked, it had already declared, like, the Gaza Strip, like, condemned, right, that it was unlivable, unfit for human life. Right, it's been years since then, and it's just been decaying. And then you have the wholesale destruction of everything. Like, like, the estimate initially was 15 years to clean up the rubble. Now it's about 20 years, That's just to clean the rubble, not build anything. Not to build a single building. You would have to clean it all up first. Not to build one single building, just to clean Gaza. Would take 20 years to do. So there's not going to be any building of any homes anytime soon in Gaza. Because it's going to take 20 years to clean up Gaza. So.
For human life in 2018. So the people of Gaza have nothing to lose, right? What would you do if you were facing genocide? George Orwell.
Oh no, not George Orwell. At the moment, only studying Russian history and international relations. Had to write a paper about international relations, about a discipline as a discipline and its future, huh? I use Wittgensteinian hinge theory to argue that disciplines don't matter if these hinges, certain transcendental assumptions, and its object of study gets adopted by other disciplines or just by individuals. I basically stated that IR as a discipline can just burn down. I mean, you know. I mean, I agree. I mean, definitely a lot of those. I mean, like, that's one thing with, like, genocide studies, is that, like, it's never been its own thing. It's just been something that people from other disciplines, quote unquote, do, right? Like, historians work in it, but also literary scholars work in it. So it's like so it's a,
wrote a great essay about Gandhi's response to a similar question in 1938, so before hundreds of thousands and then millions of Jews were murdered by the Nazis. Gandhi's view was basically that the Jews should non-violently commit a kind of mass suicide which, quote, would have aroused the world and the people of Germany to Hitler's violence. It seems totally unhinged, right? Orwell thought so too. But at the Great March of Return in 2018-19, the people...
I mean, I gotta say, hello, FLFNF, welcome in. If you read it just like that, yes, that sounds very unhinged. That does sound very unhinged, yes, indeed. What did Orwell say now? Oh, just wait. Both make great points, yeah,
People of Gaza kind of did that. This was the Palestinian equivalent to the Gandhian Salt March of 1930. The Palestinians marched, protesting against the siege, towards the prison fences, and they were gunned down en masse by Israeli snipers as the world stood and watched and did absolutely nothing. So what would you do? Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who was the architect of the 2007 siege, actually answered this question himself once.
Okay. There were some streamers, right, that went on a trip to Israel recently, and if I remember correctly, they met with Ehud Barak, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that was one of the people that they interviewed,
saying he would have joined armed Palestinian resistance had he been on the other side.
Oh, no, different guy, I think.
Was new enough in politics to tell the truth that if I were born Palestinian, I probably would have joined one of the terror organizations.
So it is.
It's weird that he says that, right? Like, oh, when I was new to politics, and I still would have said the truth, right? Because that's kind of what he just said, right? Like, at least that's how I always took that, like, from that interview, right? Like, oh, when I was young and naive and and would say just like, oh, what I thought to be true, I guess people might try to argue that that's what he means, right? It's like, oh, of course I would have joined, the PLO or whatever, Hello, Cakey Inc. How's my research going? It's going well. In fact, in a little bit, I'm gonna join into the Discord of the Discord server I had sent you a link for, right? The one where we talk about theory, the one that Brooks, very much a friend of the VOD, Brooks is founded, that talks about theory, to discuss going over one of the books that sort of informs some of my research, right, which is Modernity and the Holocaust by Zygmunt Bauman. Which, I mean, it's not a new. Is it an open server? As far as I know, as long as you're 18 plus, you're good. Because it's, I mean, all they do is just like, all we do there is discuss like theory and philosophy and stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you, then I don't know if anybody that is here has access to get a link, but if not, I will put one in the Discord, okay? I will put one in the Discord when I have to go on there, so which will be in a few minutes anyway, so.
Within this context that we must understand what happened on October 7, 2023. Israel thought of Gaza the same way people think about prisons here in the US, as a place that contains or warehouses violence, right? But prisons actually produce violence. It flows out of the prisons and into our seemingly removed lives. That's why moralistic questions on violence are beside the point. Fanon talked about this too, that the violence inflicted by colonialism on the native returns like a boomerang. This occurs abstractly, but also very physically, as demonstrated by the simple fact that about 15% of Israeli bombs dropped on Gaza don't actually explode and are then collected and repurposed by Palestinian resistance groups to construct their own rockets and IEDs. Israel has so far dropped the equivalent of more than 5 nuclear bombs on Gaza. Israelis can thus expect to receive the equivalent of 1 nuclear bomb in return fire at some point in the future. Now, what was the purpose of this war? Security? To talk about October 7 without this context is simply a failure to think dialectically, or in other words, a failure to think. Viewers might remember from my video about Fanonian dialectics that it is through violent resistance that the native asserts their humanity. Fanon writes, "The native knows that he is not an animal, and it is precisely at the moment he realizes his humanity that he begins to sharpen the weapons with which he will secure its victory." The dialectical process and its tearing apart of identity, the identity of both the oppressed and the oppressor, and its violent destruction of colonial rule is a terrible, painful process for everyone involved, but that's simply the reality that we have to confront. Was that more than a few sentences of context? Probably. So, what actually happened? What happened? In one sentence, October 7 saw a devastating guerrilla attack that defeated the IDF's Gaza division and captured hundreds of Israelis, including high-ranking army officials, who will presumably bring the freeing of Palestinian political prisoners and set the resistance on a trajectory to bring down the apartheid regime and or achieve Palestinian statehood. That's the
So, you know, obviously that's very, very ambitious. Is this Rev? Yeah. Yes, this is Rev, yeah. Rev and Reve. I remember that after 10/7, people are saying, where's their Gandhi? As if that's some kind of law of nature. Well, that's always the thing, right? It's like people always appeal to non-violence, right? Whenever it's you know, the people that are the most oppressed, right? And there's a scene of a very famous film, right, that actually takes place in what was then French West Africa, right? And I can't say exactly what the woman says, but she says like all oppressed people have the right to commit certain actions. I'll put it like that, right? Fanon is really interesting. I'm just kind of skeptical about the theory and how much he just creates a narrative, of course, based on empirical evidence and assumption by justification. Well, I mean, I guess that's always one of the things, like when you're trying to, that's always one of the theoretical questions, right? I mean, that is pertaining to theory when it comes to things like decolonial, right? Like, or post-colonial theory, right? It's like, what do you do when you're trying to do that break, right? Like, you know, at what point do you have to just make that break, right? And just kind of just accept it. Also, yes, if you'd like to help me, you can always go to my Throne, which will fund, which again, you can either pay and help sponsor the book that's here, which is looking at the history of U.S. capitalism in Latin America, or there are other things on there as well. So you are all more than welcome. So let's see here. Events. Okay, so I'm just gonna be on here just for a little bit. Yes, very much so. I'm very much so. And also, I have to have. I like to have physical copies, but I also I can't stare at screens for too long. At least I have it when you start to talk about experiences and feelings of people. Realism, I have less problems like heuristic tool, as in it is about resources and denying resources from people. So the focus is more to lifeless things. Sure. I mean, again, I'm not saying, I think your critique is completely valid with that. So revolutions are only revolutions when they win. If they lose, they're considered, yeah. I mean, and that's the reason why many people say that, the reason why the Haitian Revolution is seen as, is revolutionary as opposed to, the American one, for example, is because of the fact that it is... wait, first let me pull up the just one quick second while I get the PDF of the reading for Zygmunt Bauman. Okay, that way y'all can see it as well. Okay, so let me just go to Discord. I'm not expecting people to really show up to this is the first time I've hosted this. So am I expecting a lot of people to show up? No. But it's still there if people want to go on there. And the link is in the Discord if you would like to join. So I'm going to start on my own copy just because I have it right here. But we're going to start in the introduction, so I hope that people are okay with that. Again, I know, this might not be the most, the most exciting of things, but, whoa, there we go. What is this about? Oh, no worries. I'm going to be, I was supposed to do a reading session in a theory Discord about Zygmunt Bauman, because that's my research. Often I work in genocide studies and I'm a historian, so I was going to go over a little bit of some of the stuff that it kind of goes in my research. So this is going to be me reading. Again, I understand if people are going to be like, okay, I'm if they're going to do the SpongeBob, I'm a go, I get that, right? So, so this is the first part here, which is the first chapter, which is the introduction, but, I will read the epigrams too. Civilization now includes death camps and musulmana among its material and spiritual products, right? So this is Richard Rubinstein and John Roth in Approaches to Auschwitz, right? So there are two ways to belittle, misjudge, or shrug off the significance of the Holocaust for sociology as the theory of civilization, of modernity, of modern civilization. So what Zygmunt is trying to get at here, because this is often, in fact, just this entire book is always seen as very contentious, but tying together modernity and the Holocaust as such is saying that here he is not trying to argue that because of trains, therefore, right, those horrors happened. No, that's not what he's trying to argue, but rather that these things all existing, right, all the aspects of modernity existing, right, show us, right, what modernity can do, right? And that's why there is the link between, right, modernity and the Holocaust. Yeah, that's a tough sentence, seeing how modernity and the promise of progress and the dark side of science and the culmination like that in a society that was seen as civilized. Right. In fact, there is a really good book that talks about other genocide that happened in I believe it's Ukraine, and it's literally called in the midst of civilized Europe, right? Like it's one way to present the Holocaust, right? So we're here, okay, as something that happened to the Jews, as an event in Jewish history, right? This is something that genocide studies and even myself do not do, right? Like, yes, it's part of Jewish history, quote unquote, but it's not like we can't take it out of the history of the world at large, right? And that's kind of what Rev was also saying too, right? Like by invoking Sobibor, right? And trying to say like, and also showing like Ehud Barak, right? That he would also join, right? That it's like, if you were put in the similar situation, of course you would, again, that's part of the similar argument. It's just part of a multitude of layered histories. Exactly, that's a very good way of putting it. This makes the Holocaust unique, comfortably uncharacteristic, and sociologically inconsequential, right? So if we make it a uniquely Jewish thing, right, then it's sociologically inconsequential. That's what he's trying to say, right? That in that case, then it becomes just a sort of it becomes as though it could only have happened with one people, when we know that is not true, right? And so that is like that would be to ignore the fact that you have the fact that Roma Sinti people were also targeted, and even by percentage, right, were more affected by what happened in the camps than so. But he isn't trying to say that it is inconsequential. He's saying that if we reify it and turn it into this event that only belongs to one group of people, right, then it becomes inconsequential, right? The most common example of such a way is the presentation of the Holocaust as the culmination point of European Christian anti-Semitism, in itself a unique phenomenon with nothing to compare it with in the large and dense inventory of ethnic or religious prejudices and aggressions. What's your favorite book on the history of Nazi Germany? Anything by Evans, the Cambridge historian, who wrote the coming of the Third Reich, and that whole, like, that trilogy is the best one to read, I would say. One of the best researched and one of the best. There are other ones that are good, but like when people ask me like what's a good one, if I really want to know all of the, get to know everything, that's the one I would recommend. Because even if you look at the secondary scholarship that talks about, like, that has been written using that as their primary source, right, or using that as their as their main source, right, when it comes to constructing their own articles and books, right, the Adam Tooze and His Wages of Destruction, but kind of more niche. Oh yeah. By the way, don't feel afraid to ask questions. This is totally cool. So what he's saying now is that if you do this, right, like this is the way how it is framed, right, that and we still see this to this day, right, with the in the United States in particular, with the fact that that it is seen as the anti-Semitism is seen as something unique from all other hatreds that exist in the world, right? That is a huge problem, right? That is something that even other Jewish studies people, right, Jewish historians, etc., have always critiqued on that fact, right? Because if you do this, then you're saying that there's something unique about Jewish people that makes anti-Semitism, right, even more worse than, right, this or, and let me see here. am I correct to think that that does fly in the face of Zion? Yes, it does fly in the face of Zionism. That's why I'm saying, like, we're seeing this framing right now, right? Where it's like, oh, you know, one, you shouldn't compare anything from the Holocaust to what's happening in Gaza, right? But also, you cannot discuss like the obvious genocidal hatred that the Israelis have towards Palestinians, right? As though it could ever be as genocidal as. Oh yeah, I mean I've been to the. I mean I was in Syria and Jordan before, so I have never, however, crossed into the place. I've never gone there. One day I will, once Palestine is free, and that's coming far sooner than we could ever imagine. So anyway, but it's again, this is also done in the United States, right, to try to suppress, right, and we see this also with similar with like when BLM was happening, right, where like they would bring up black anti-Semitism as if somehow that mattered in the context of anti-black racism. Like, no, all of those things are relevant upon each other. You don't say this is more oppressive than this, right? There's no use in that, right? And that's what Zygmunt Bauman back in 82, I think, is when this was published. 89. 89. Recognized even back then, right? So among all other cases of collective antagonisms, anti-Semitism stands alone for its unprecedented systematicity, for its ideological intensity, for its supranational and superterritorial spread, for its unique mix of local and ecumenical sources and tributaries, insofar as it is defined as, so to speak, the continuism of anti-Semitism through other means. The Holocaust appears to be a, quote, one-item set, end quote, a one-off episode, which perhaps sheds some light on the pathology of the society in which it occurs. Oh, is someone now?
Hey.
Hello.
Sorry, just woke up. I meant to wake up earlier.
Oh, no worries. I hope you're okay. I'm streaming this, so just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now we're currently still in the introductory part. But hardly adds anything to our understanding of this society's normal state. So when Zygmunt here is talking about like this again, what he's talking about is this view, right? That it would be a one-off episode, right? Because this is so ingrained in the society that it's in, to the point where you're almost already giving the excuse, right? That like, oh, well, of course Germany would have done this, right? Because the anti-Semitism there and in Europe was so entrenched, was so, et cetera, right? That like, of course, this is how it would happen, right? So, and the agrarian problems. Oh, yeah, sorry. So that's what he's saying when it would be a one-item set, in that because if you attach it only to... Oh, no worries. Less still does it call for any significant revision. Okay. I'll try to keep whatever I'm reading at the top here. I think claiming specialness to it also is human hubris, and perhaps even coping with it because you deem it to be more unlikely to happen again. Yes, like that is one of the big reasons why, like in a lot of the books that are about genocide studies, right, have this kind of discussion, right? This argument that already happened, sort of like in the 80s, but also go back further to Raoul Hilberg's master. I mean, like, if you want to know the history of the Holocaust, like from when it comes to that, like his magisterial, the destruction of the European Jews, that's what you want to read. But he was very, very critical of it being given that, right, that like, oh well, it could never happen again, right, because you wouldn't have those exact same conditions, right? Or if it were to happen again, it would be because something, external. So there is that too. Let's see, where did I? Less does it call for any significant revision of the orthodox understanding of the historical tendencies of modernity, of the civilizing process, and the constitutive topics of sociological inquiry. So this is where Bauman really wants to, because what he is trying to get at in this part of the book, in this first chapter, is that sociology does not know, to put it in one way, how to approach this topic, right? And so he is trying to theorize, how can we approach this topic in a way that does not, right, do the Holocaust was a unique event that can only be, that can only ever be discussed only by Jewish people, right? That can, that as it were belongs to them, right, so to speak. But also, how is it that we speak about it in a way that uses, right, the tools that sociology has, right? Because he's saying that everything so far, like everything we've read so far, does not help. Also, Ben, feel free to, speak up whenever you would like to. Another way, apparently pointing in the opposite direction, yet leading in practice to the same direction, right, is to present the Holocaust as an extreme case of wide and familiar category of social phenomena, a category surely loathsome and repellent, yet one can and must live with, right? So that's where you get kind of the these people have channeled their inner herder. I mean, it also prevents learning the other way, I think. Yeah, true. Like, people are bad at detecting when things get Holocaust again, or pre-fascisty or fascisty again. That's for sure. They like the amount of people that will say, like, what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, and just like, I don't know what what else I need to show you to tell you that it is, like, anyway. But yeah. But his point here is that if we look at it like that, right, that, there were these social phenomena that existed, fascist. Oh my gosh. I still think that we should definitely have Deleuze read by Aiden Ross. That would be so funny. Fascist. Benito Mazzulli. Oh my gosh, that was too funny. Too funny. So by also saying, well, it was all of these social phenomena that were already latent in the culture, blah blah blah, right? Like, trying to say that, right, that are loathsome and we just have to live with them, right? Is, again, you're also giving an excuse to the perpetrators in many respects, right? That's another problem, right? And that also doesn't expand sociological inquiry, right? Because it doesn't question those structures, right? It just says they are there, the social phenomena. I think it deals with systematic othering to the extent that people are dehumanized, for sure, yeah. Humans are now objects, especially when the state gets hijacked by people who can mobilize that. And mostly based on the mobilization of emotions, because most people think with intuition, giving through a sociocultural framework that is internalized, you have the cultivation ground for a genocide. When other state actors fail to intervene or international institutional frameworks, it can happen again. Right, exactly. I mean, like, it shouldn't take the International Court of Justice to give provisional measures or any of that stuff, right, for us to be able to recognize that it's a genocide, right, what's happening in Gaza, right? But there are people that even with all of that, even with all of the institutional stuff, still don't say that it is, right? So, hello, Geo Dragon, welcome in. So, let me see here. Okay. So, thus the Holocaust. Oh wait. We must live with it because its resilience and ubiquity, right? Again, that goes back to the point that, like, well, these social phenomena are part of modern society, they're never going to go away. What, we don't have to accept that, right? We don't have, I mean that's like saying, oh, you know, like, people, like, this is kind of like the logic that a lot of, like, liberals have had, where, like, oh, you know, these systems of racism and all of these things, right, that they're just part of how society is, right? But it doesn't fundamentally question why those things exist, nor why, like, the interactions that we have with them, right, cannot themselves be, you know, critiqued, right? Like, those of us who are marginalized obviously have to critique those structures, right? So we live within it because its resiliency and ubiquity, but above all, because modern society has been all along, is, and will remain an organization designed to roll it back and perhaps even to stamp it out altogether. So that goes to exactly what you're saying, the Kievet, right? That, like, oh, well, we've built up all of these structures, these institutions, right, that say, you know, that they're there to prevent genocide. Like, people say, oh, well, we have the Genocide Convention, right? It's there to protect people from this ever happening again. But since 1948, of all years, right, there have been, right, I mean, you have Rwanda, you have Srebrenica, you have, you know, also, you know, Darfur, you have, you know, Sudan right now, etc., etc. So, like, it keeps going, right? It doesn't, like, the institutions themselves do not genocide, you know. Yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, this is just something interesting. You had talked about, like, incorporating the lose a little bit. Like, one thing he'll say is that, like, he'll talk about human rights, and he'll just say, like, so what? Like, human rights are pointless. Like, acknowledging that people have human rights doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't guarantee those rights. It doesn't put into motion the jurisprudence to create the legislation to protect those rights or to valorize them. It's just like saying, like, oh, people have these rights, but then, like, so fucking what?
Right, and that's a very good point, because that is precisely how the operating logic of, you know, like, especially like in the United States as well as other things, right? Like, and this is something I've discussed in the context of what happened in the United States vis-a-vis Mexicans, was that during the mass deportations that the United States did, right, like, it's always saying, oh, well, you know, if you came legally and you're a citizen and blah, 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 right, like, you will be safe from, you know, the mass deportations. But the United States did mass deportations of Mexicans back in the 1930s, whether or not you were a citizen. So where was that protection then, right? So yeah, it definitely goes with that, with the, like, you know, yeah, people can say you have human rights, but there's nothing there, you know, like, there is nothing really there to. Hello, KJ Saint. Yes, I'm doing well, thank you. Capitalism's even possible until it wasn't too. I mean, even now, like the cracks in the fish tank, so to speak, are very apparent, right? But the issue is that the capitalists are like, why don't we put as much fascist poison in the water as possible? Yeah, funny how if you ever do manage to put those people in a situation where they do need those rights, they holler for them, which is very interesting too, because there are people who feel entitled to specific rights based on their idea of superiority when they are in other countries, right? Like, they think they have to be treated as though the American Constitution, Bill of Rights, somehow gets to be extended into other countries, right? And I kind of gave a little brief example of, you know, the guy that got mad that in Mexican airspace they had to put on the mask, right? Because in U.S. airspace and in the United States, you don't have to wear a mask on airplanes. In Mexico, you do. And he was like willing to essentially almost get, you know, like tied down, you know, like when they tie down people, because he, you know, to get that belligerent, because he's like, oh, it's my First Amendment right. And it's like, our First Amendment in Mexico says nothing about freedom of speech. It literally talks about how like all of the land and minerals and water, etc., are the patrimony of the people. So I don't know. So they're like, we don't know what you're talking about, bro. Talk is cheap. Power grows out of the barrel of a sub. Subscribe to Shakespeare for $4.49 or free with Twitch Prime, or contribute on Throne. That's right. If you would like to, the book I'm currently trying to get is The History of U.S. Capitalism in Latin America. So if you would like to contribute to that, I would appreciate it. Or, of course, if you would like to subscribe as well. Yeah, just the LARP of American exceptionism. For real. For real. Okay, so going back to the book here. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? Thus, the Holocaust is classified as another item, however prominent, in a wide class that embraces many similar cases of conflict or prejudice or aggression. At worst, the Holocaust is referred to a prime evil and culturally inextinguishable natural predisposition of the human species, right? And again, this goes to where my own research, right, is me trying to always combat this idea that a lot of people, a lot of scholars, but also in response to like rhetoric that exists, right, when it comes to Jewish people and Latin America, right, like even Mexicans in the United States, is that they like to make it seem like especially like when they try to use the like house analogy, right, like Israelis do, right, or other things, right, like where it's like, oh, it's an invasion or blah blah blah. It's like, of course they're gonna think of it as an invasion if it's blah blah blah. And it's like, but America actually invaded those countries, though. Like, an actual invasion did happen, but it was the United States, right? Like, they actually did invade. They are the invaders, not the people trying to cross entire continents to find refuge in the United States, right? So again, attributing it to this idea that like innate within modern society or within specific cultures, right, there's this like predisposition to committing these atrocities, right, it just excuses, in my view, the executioners, so to speak. And yes, please like the stream. It's the logic only privilege and ignorance make possible. Yeah, that's a good point. I wasn't thinking of that own way. It can be on paper, but in the vast gulf and how it's applied to leave a lot of people unable to access de facto rights they have on paper. Right, exactly. Like when you had the mass deportations of Mexicans, whether they were citizens or not, some of them did try to sue, but some of them literally did not get anything back. Like they didn't get their land back, they didn't get their houses back, they didn't get anything back. They just got their citizenship recognized, but they had to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Right? So that's a lot of money. Right? So obviously these things did not happen right in the 30s. This happened decades later. Right? So I think it's impossible to prove or disprove that statement, unfortunately, as in if it is rooted in human nature that these evils are cultural, best we can do is fight it when people... Right, and that's what I'm trying to say, that like we shouldn't to me it's like we shouldn't even have that type of argument, right? Like why even begin to try to say that this is innate or whatever, right? Because then it starts to become a different argument, right? Does this also tie in with the idea of a world system and the ethno-state? Like the U.S. is a core nation that exports goods. Well, that exports capital, yeah, and takes from others, but it also wants people around them to be homogenized, curious on the intersections. I mean, in a sense, that's really interesting. I do think that, like, the United States itself, it's always been obsessed with the idea of purity, like in terms of like the English settlers and everything, right? That's why you have like the one drop rule, right? it's the blood quantum ideologies that exist in both English America or British America and Spanish America, right? Where they have limpieza de sangre, literally purity of blood, where they racialize things like Jewishness and Muslimness and also blackness and then whiteness, right? Where you begin to have those things, right? Where it's like the imperialized countries kind of become these monoliths to the United States, right? And are homogenous in that way. So yeah, definitely I could see that being. Listen, brother, there will listen, brother, I say the government's coming into my house business and kicking out my guests with whom I was engaging in free association. Ah, yes, the libertarian argument. Very much enjoyable. Let's see here. Lauren's instinctual aggression, or Arthur Koestler's failure in the neocortex to control the ancient emotion-ridden part of the brain, which, again, I don't think those are very helpful arguments. And Arthur Koestler also just, no. like his book, Darkness at Noon and stuff like that, like they're good, like the fiction is good, but this here, like trying to bring in neuroscience and psychiatry into this, I feel, in fact, I would say like this is interesting because like since Ben had brought in Deleuze earlier, right, like this is one of those things where like the critique that Deleuze and Guattari have against like psychiatry as such, right, actually would be interesting to see if in relationship to this, but it kind of reads like the whole like do people remember back in the day when they would talk about like, oh, you have the lizard part of your brain and the mammal or whatever. I forget what the three distinctions were, but there were like three parts of your brain and one of them was like lizard and something. But anyway. As pre-social and immune to cultural manipulation, factors responsible for the Holocaust are effectively removed from the area of sociological interest. Again, BRB Candace Owens oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no, I can't. I don't even want to. Is it like logos versus pathos arguments? I mean, it's saying that like there are people that like they cannot help but react only in an emotional manner, right? I don't know what your take is on this, but I think the more exact social sciences work better on the individual level compared to social groups and making grand theory. Well, that's interesting because he does get into this, right? He does get into, right, like how can sociology even address said questions, right? There's the macro and then the micro arguments, right? So lizard, bird, mammal. Yeah, that's it. That's right. Lizard, bird, mammal. That's right. But by doing this, by saying that it's pre-social or immune to culture or any of these things, right? Then what ends up happening is, again, these arguments serve to take the Holocaust in all of its, horrors, right, out of the realm of sociological inquiry, right? That's the problem with all of the arguments thus far. That's what he's laying out. Like, these arguments don't work, 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 right? How is sociology supposed to approach this? At best, the Holocaust is cast inside the most awesome and sinister, and also awesome is not in the positive sense, it's in like the, having awe of, right? Yet still theoretically assimilable category of genocide, or else simply dissolved in the broad, all too familiar class of ethnic, cultural, or racial oppression and persecution, right? So it's like, let's see here. Did you want me to play this right now, Ben?
No, not necessarily. It's relevant to something we were talking about earlier. I just thought I'd pull it up. But It's basically, so Michael de Freitas is a colonial immigrant to Britain who is a very storied life in Britain, but he attempted to present himself as a statesman. And this was one interview he gave about like why, as somebody from the colonies, he would come to Britain when immigrants aren't wanted in Britain.
Well, that sounds interesting. I'll play it right now.
You must remember that when we came to this country, we were not traveling to a foreign country. I was taught when I was a young man, that my country, Trinidad, was an extension of this one. We were weaned on the concept of the empire. When I was a young boy, I stood in 90 degrees of sun, day after day, and sang all kind of silly things like God Save the Queen, Land of Hope and Glory, Britannia Rule the Waves, with the greatest of fervor, and believed every word of it. To come here and discover that not only wasn't I not traveling to the capital of the whole thing, which we were led to believe was so, but in actual fact we weren't wanted, has been a very shattering blow. Many people in this country who think that we are very hateful are so wrong.
You see, this is the great mystery. When you came here, you say you found you weren't wanted. Why then did you stay? Why did you choose to stay here?
Oh my God.
This was the heartland of the whole thing, and one hoped against hope that what one saw was not right.
Oh, that question though by the interviewer is just like, that is literally what I get all people that are BIPOC, that are like of an immigrant background or whatever, that like you get that question so much, like, well, like if you don't like it, well, why don't you just, if you're mistreated, why don't you just go back or whatever? And it's like, what? I don't know. Yeah, it feels like a gotcha question, right? Because there's no real way to answer that, right? Because it's already, that would be a case of double consciousness of Du Bois that tears you apart. Sure, for sure, yeah. You really like the Zygmunt Bauman, yeah. Like this is like even his book like Liquid Modernity is kind of like this in the introduction as well. So, whichever of these two ways is taken, so we're right here. The effects are very much the same. The Holocaust is shunted into the familiar stream of history, right? So now we're going to go into this quote right about here. When viewed in this fashion and accompanied with the proper citation of other historical horrors, the religious crusades, the slaughter of the Albigensian heretics, the Turkish decimation of the Armenians, and even the British invention of concentration camps in the Boer War, it becomes all too convenient to see the Holocaust as unique but normal after all. And I actually have to correct that. The first concentration camps, technically speaking, were created by the Spanish in Cuba, technically speaking. But again, that's neither here nor there, because on this, the way in which they were used, like the way how the British and then the Germans did later on in Namibia, was more like what they did in South Africa. But technically the first concentration camps were to keep people, far away. So, but again, now it's trying to say that that if you just put it, if you look at it in this way, right, that it's just latent in human existence, right, as such, right, that essentially it would have happened regardless, right, then it becomes unique insofar as it pertains to one people, right, the Jewish people, but it's normal, right, that like all of these horrors, right, and all the horrors that have happened since then and in the lead up to, it normalizes them, right, it almost tries to naturalize them, right. I would say I have no rudeness without I would say I have no rootedness without your civilization, even though it has not given me a full home. It is my only home as a response. What do you mean by your civilization? Because that's like I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying by that. Or the Holocaust is traced back to the... so now we're here with the... Oh, pardon me. With the or. Or the Holocaust is traced back to the only too familiar record of the hundreds of years of ghettos, legal discrimination, pogroms, and persecutions of Jews in Christian Europe, and so revealed as a uniquely horrifying but fully logical consequence of ethnic and religious hatred. So you see where it's like this way sort of excuses, right, the perpetrators, and this other way also excuses the perpetrator, right? It's like the only difference would be in let's see here. Oh, my bad. Okay. So again, by trying to say, well, it's the logical end of what happened in Europe, right? That it sort of built up over time, right? That like, oh, Christianity and European culture and European anti-Jewishness and then anti-Semitism would eventually give rise to something like this. Also, again, as a response, as in the country you grew up in as an immigrant from a very young age. Right. Oh, I see. Not sure if I could find a better response. I guess I would need to swap your with our. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Let's see here. Being xenophobic is a remnant of tribalism. I mean, again, like, sure, I guess I can see why people like to link those two things, but like, you know, that's a whole different discussion, I would say. Lizard brain usually focuses on the basic survival emotions of fear, flight, anger. I think racism and xenophobia require more complex, though wrong thinking. Right? Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be something so simplistic. The worst part of these sort of people now proclaim the Judeo-Christian civilization to juxtapose it with Islam, which is interesting because the whole point of the term Judeo-Christian was to essentially was as a part of conversion campaign, right, to get Jews to convert to Christianity, right? It was to not have any, you know, but anyway. One way or the other, the bomb is diffused. No major revision of our social theory is really necessary. Our visions of modernity, of its unrevealed yet all too present potential, its historical tendency, do not require another hard look, as the methods and concepts accumulated by sociology are fully adequate to handle this challenge, to explain it, to make sense of it, to understand, right? So again, he's questioning the very fact that, like, oh well, I mean, if we were to just take these things on faith, so to speak, right? Oh, then we don't have to even look at it again. We've already explained why it happened, right? Which is not really what sociology is supposed to do. And then he writes, you know, the overall result is theoretical complacency. Nothing really happened to justify another critique of the model of modern society that has served so well as the theoretical framework and the pragmatic legitimation of sociological practice. So again, keeping in line with his argument in this paragraph here, right, he's saying that, like, well, if no major revision of the social theory has been necessary, right, then there is no need to even consider, right, all of these, the framework in which we're thinking about this vis-a-vis sociology. Thus far, significant dissent with this complacent, self-congratulating attitude has been voiced mostly by historians and theologians. So this is where, like, he begins to identify that why is it that historians and theologians are the ones most willing to question those presumptions, whereas sociologists hitherto, right, in 1989, in his view, had not really attempted to in any real way, right? I'm back. Oh my gosh, really? Wow, Candace Owens gets kicked off of YouTube. That's, wow. Sounds similar to a study by a couple by the name of Embers did with the war, and how they say war is an unnatural condition in relation to the quote comparing it. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's like, wow, that's huge news. Because, I mean, so much of her income came from YouTube, so. But she also streams on Rumble, so I'm sure that... Anyway, not that that matters. Little attention has been paid to those voices by the sociologist. So this is him remarking that this is especially this time, like in 89, there was this weird division where sociologists really wanted to like have those and it wasn't unique to sociology, but where they wanted to have those disciplinary lines, right? Like, oh, this is history, right? This is, literature studies, right? This is philosophy, right? Or whatever, right? And so that's kind of what he's also trying to speak to here, right? Is like, we won't even look outside of sociology to question, right, our stuff, right? So when compared with the awesome amount of work accomplished by historians and the volume of soul-searching among both Christian and Jewish theologians, the contributions of professional sociologists to Holocaust studies seems marginal and negligible. So again, going with that point, right? Such sociological studies as have been completed so far show, beyond reasonable doubt, that the Holocaust has more to say about the state of sociology than sociology in its present shape is able to add to our knowledge of the Holocaust. So this is one of the famous, things that he is known to have said. Well, it was very thought-provoking. Otherwise, okay, and see you later, the Kevin. And yeah, this is on YouTube, so you can watch the VOD later. So this is one of his like very famous statements, right? Where he's like, instead of sociology teaching us about the Holocaust is telling us about sociology and how it's not doing so well. So anyway, thank you so much for lurking, Human. The alarming fact has not been faced, much less responded to by the sociologists. There we go. So, and again, if you have any questions or anything, you are more than happy. Please feel more than happy to just drop them in the chat. I will respond to them. Or for those that are in the Discord call or in the VC, you can always also just. Oh, why am I not surprised, Philippe? Why am I not surprised at all? I mean, I feel like that was taken early on. I gotta say. I'm not surprised. The way the sociological profession perceives its task regarding the event called the Holocaust has been perhaps most pertinently expressed by one of the profession's most eminent representatives, Everett C. Hughes. Hoping it's a Yiddish metal band. I mean, I would love for it to be that, but I feel I fear not. But anyway. Also, if you do !question in Twitch chat, it like does a little thing so that way I see that you have a question to ask. The National Socialist government of Germany carried out the most colossal piece of dirty work in history on the Jews. The crucial problems concerning an occurrence are 1. Who are the people who actually carry out such work? And 2. What are the circumstances in which other good people allow them to do it? What we need is better knowledge of the signs of their rise to power and better ways of keeping them out of power, which is something that the Kivet actually mentioned earlier, right? That the point is figure out how the Nazis came into power, how the fascists came into power, and then, right, knowing that it's not going to be exactly the same. Hello, Cammy, how are you? Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. That then, right, then you can build up on it and see its different permutations, right, as it tries to find another chance to come back, right? True to the well-established principles of sociology, a sociological practice, Hughes defines the problem as one of disclosing the particular combination of psychosocial factors which could be sensibly connected as the determinant, with particular behavioral tendencies displayed by the dirty work perpetrators. So this would be the SS, right? As they are. This is known as cancel culture. Oh my god. So this would be the Einsatzgruppen, right? In their, when they would do the as they were invading Poland and then later the Soviet Union, right? That they would do lots of stuff to people that caused their end on a large scale. I'll put it like that. But also the people that were the guards, also the people that were the ones that, you know, were the guards of the camp, the Sonderkommando, right? The people that were the ones that you know, brought out and then dropped in the Zyklon B things, right? The Zyklon B pellets or whatever. Like all of these people, right? The dirty work. Also the people that built the concentration camp, etc. And of listing another set of factors which detract from the expected, though not forthcoming, resistance to such tendencies on the part of other individuals, and of gaining in the result a certain amount of explanatory predictive knowledge, which in this rationally organized world of ours, ruled as it is by causal laws and statistical probabilities, will allow its holders to prevent the dirty tendencies from coming into existence, from expressing themselves in actual behavior and achieving their deleterious dirty effects. So, what he's trying to get at here, very simply, and this is an interesting thing too, where, like, in my own stuff that, you know, that like if I can connect it to something that's not the Holocaust but the Inquisition, like, this is why I always talk about how the Inquisition, right, relied so much on other people reporting on each other, right? And that is why they made so many lists about which behaviors, right, were supposed to tip you off about someone's Jewishness, right? And some of them were literally if they wash their hands before they eat, right? Obviously, we're talking about the late medieval period and the very early modern period, right? In the 15th and 16th centuries, right? But the Inquisition stayed as an institution for longer than that. But other things were like putting out clean linens on Friday afternoon, right? Another thing was lighting candles on Friday evening, right? So if we're going to get into psychology, you know, well, you know, I mean, if anything, that will let the people, the Deleuze enjoyers, no, that will let other people get to bring in more, you know, because I'm more than happy to have people bring in their own ideas and questions and, you know, connections. But this is also part of this idea that, like, oh, well, see how superstitious they were back then. Now we live in a modern time where we don't do such a thing, right? So obviously nothing like the Inquisition could ever happen again. And yet, you know, not the close surveillance of symbolic interactionism, right? Like, right? And like even like the first edicts, the first sumptuary laws that started first in Rome, right, that made Jews have to wear the color yellow, was literally because of their fear of Jewish people and Christian people having too much fun in the bed, in the bedroom. They're like, can't have that, can't have that, you have to have boring Italian on Italian sex only. So we only transvesticate people now. Right. Okay, so the latter task, something to be proud of if you are neurodivergent, as that we often have a strong sense of justice. The problem is we often do not have the power and money to do anything about it, and therefore need. The latter task will be presumably attained through the application of the same model of action that has made our world rationally organized, manipulable, and controllable. What we need is a better technology for the old and in no way discredited activity of social engineering. Need to convince other people to do something. Well, it's interesting because there are a lot of things that that actually speaks to something that I guess probably Foucault's sort of Discipline and Punish, but also The History of Madness. Right, I think that's what it's titled. For some reason, its Spanish title is in my mind. But where he's discussing, right, like kind of how people used to treat, or how people treated neurodivergent people. But the issue is that he focuses in on very particular examples, right? Like, and the issue is like, in the ancient world or whatever, like how would they have dealt with neurodivergence on the scale of something like spectrum, being on the spectrum, ADHD, et cetera, right? Like, but there is interesting scholarship that has been coming out on that. Usually a lot of it is connected to affect theory, but I don't know, that is very interesting though, to point out. So it in what has been so far the most notable among the distinctly sociological contributions to the study of the Holocaust, Helen Fine has faithfully followed Hughes' advice. She defined her task as that of spelling out a number of psychological, ideological, and structural variables which most strongly correlate with percentages of Jewish victims or survivors inside various state national entities in Nazi-dominated Europe. Now, personally, I've never liked using national boundaries as a kind of like endpoint in my own research, because it's like it's an invisible line, right? I mean, like if to a bird, right, this is a Slovakian tree and this is a Czech tree to a human being, right? But to a bird, it's just a tree, right? It's just two trees, right? It's like, then I don't think we need to like put too much emphasis on it. But I do think that I see the reasoning why they will do so. So, but the border is one of those sites of hyper-surveillance, right, as we've discussed before. So that's why I wanted to mention that. By all orthodox standards, Fine produced a most impressive piece of research. Properties of national communities, intensity of local anti-Semitism, degrees of Jewish acculturation and assimilation, the resulting cross-communal solidarity have all been carefully and correctly indexed, so that correlations may be properly computed and checked for relevance. Some hypothetical connections are shown to be non-existent, or at least statistically invalid. So, again, it's like, if we do take all these things into account, right, it doesn't question, for example, and this is one of the things I always question, is why, what do they mean by assimilation, and how was that assimilation achieved, right? Because like in the United States, the assimilation of Mexicans into American culture was something that was done to destroy, right, their own culture, right, our own culture, I suppose. She says she didn't want an inquisition, and now she's testing nations for genocidal tendencies. Yeah, sounds authoritarian to me. Yeah, it's definitely, definitely bringing up the F scale, so to speak, as you were. Some other regularities are statistically confirmed, like the correlation between the absence of solidarity and the likelihood that, quote, people would become detached from moral constraints, end quotes, which, again, makes sense, right? If you have more solidarity, right, among various marginalized groups, right, the chances that then you are going to, throw each other under the bus is far, far lower, right? That's why, again, solidarity is very, very important. Not just class solidarity, but intersectional solidarity. It is precisely because of the impeccable sociological skills of the author and the competence with which they are put in operation that the weaknesses of orthodox sociology have been inadvertently exposed in Fine's book. Which I always like this little turn here, like, oh, she did such a good job, being a sociologist, that she actually proved that orthodox sociology was wrong. Without revising some of the essential yet tacit assumptions of sociological discourse, one cannot do anything other than what Fine has done: conceive of the Holocaust as a unique yet fully determined product of a particular concatenation. Concatenation literally comes from the Latin word catena, which means chain. So, chain of events. If you speak Spanish, cadena, same thing. Let's see here. Where was concatenation? Oh, there we go. Of social and psychological factors. Yeah, no worries. Which led to a temporary suspension of the civilizational grip in which human behavior is normally held. So, this is another aspect that he's saying, that he's critiquing, right? Which is, it's saying that it's one of those, it was a one-off, right? Like, it was one of those examples where, because of some of the like residua, right, that exists within the human psyche and in society, right, because we don't live in a more advanced society, that somehow it's enough slipped out, right, that brought about this horror, right? And I think he rightfully critiques it, that like then it also falls into that, like, that same view of it earlier, right? That like, oh well, there was just a suspension of everything, when in reality it's like the amount of rigidity, right, of quote unquote civilizational rigidity that was attached to the Holocaust, right? The amount of accountants, the amount of workers, the amount of all of the stuff that had to work, right, in a war time society, right, in a war, in a society at war, right, had to function. So it's kind of, I don't know, mistreated. Yes, indeed. On such a view, implicitly, if not explicitly, one thing emerges from the experience of the Holocaust intact and unscathed, is the humanizing and or rationalizing, the two concepts are used simultaneously, are synonymously, impact of social organization upon inhuman drives which rule the conduct of pre- or antisocial individuals. So let me break down the kind of like jargon here. So pre-social, right, means like people who cannot partake in a society, right, like who are unable to. So usually this is something ascribed to like babies, right? They are pre-social, right? But another thing would be antisocial individuals, whatever that means, right? Because then I feel that you have to define, like, this is the problem with these definitions, right? Like, once you say antisocial, what counts as antisocial, right? Because in the 19th century, right, being in England, like, being queer was seen as antisocial, right? Pre-social is like before I verified my Twitch account. Antisocial is like now. Yeah, no, I totally get that. So again, whatever moral instinct is to be found in human conduct is socially produced. This is very important to keep in mind, right? This is something that when I was speaking with Brooks, right, when we were talking about how, like, scientific facts are themselves, right, socially constructed. In the same way too, right, moral instinct is socially produced. That's why, like, all of those debates that you see online where they're like, well, where does your morality come from? Well, all morality comes from the social realm, right? It does not come from on high, I'm sorry to say, you know, as much as people like to think that it comes from on high. But, you know, again, it's socially produced, right? But then he goes to argue it dissolves once society malfunctions, right? Quote, in an anomic condition free from social regulation, people may respond without regard to the possibility of injuring others, end quote. So, do they mean antisocial like anomie? Yeah, anomie. Yeah, because that's exactly what it goes into next, the anomic condition. By implication, the presence of effective social regulation makes such a disregard unlikely, right? So if there are societal rules, right, that are framed in a very particular way, that are upheld in a very particular way, right? Like, for example, like, if the United States would have, you know, kept doing Reconstruction, right, in the South, and also applied it more to the rest of the country, right, then we could perhaps have seen a better integration of, you know, et cetera, right? Like, that is something that could be argued, right? But it's not something that actually happened, right? Instead, it was fortunately cut short. The thrust of social regulation, and thus of modern civilization, prominent as it is for pushing regulative ambitions to limits never heard before, is the imposition of moral constraints on otherwise rampant selfishness and inborn savagery of the animal in man. So again, this is kind of dated language, right? I probably, you know, this is not stuff I would like to, but again, this is in reference to Fine's work. Having processed the facts of the Holocaust through the mill of that methodology, which defines itself as a scholarly discipline. So he's still going at sociology here, right? Remember that. Orthodox sociology can only deliver a message bound more by its presuppositions than by, quote, the facts of the case, end quote. The message that the Holocaust was a failure, not a product of modernity, right? So, this point is very relevant, especially right now, where what's happening in Gaza, right, is framed as a failure of the rules-based world order, or blah blah blah, you know, or the UN or the United Nations, or it's like this was already like as I said before, right, when we were watching Rev, it was described, Gaza was described as a concentration camp in 2004, before the elections that had Hamas become the main party, right? Before, in fact, the unilateral disengagement, quote unquote, of the Israelis. Before, so when there were still Israeli settlers living in Gaza, it was still being described as a concentration camp for the Palestinians. So keep that in mind as well. That I think is an important thing to keep in mind. So again, it's always couched in this, it was a failure of this, and this system. There are these, and these structures, right? But it never actually questions, right, those presuppositions that try to give that answer. Gaza is an intended consequence. Exactly. It was always meant to be that way. I mean, by definition, right? Same thing with the West Bank. I mean, Ben Gurion, we know, wanted to have essentially about 80% of all of the land, if not more, right? The only reason why they accepted the UN partition plan was because they knew that the Arab League was going to say no, right? But the Palestinians never wanted it to be partitioned in the first place because it wasn't anybody's right, much less the UN's right to partition it, right? Because it's not their land, right? It doesn't matter if a majority rules on anything. It's not their land, right? It's the Palestinians. So, another remarkable sociological study, Nechama Tech. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Vitingale. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Hello everyone. Welcome raiders, welcome streamers. I am Shakespeare, or Shakespeare if you prefer. I am a cultural historian, and we're currently reading the work. We're currently reading the famous work by Zygmunt Bauman, Modernity and the Holocaust. Please make sure to refresh so that you get counted as a viewer, and if you would like to, please follow. Hello everyone, welcome in. So, back to the text. Nechama Tech attempted to explore the opposite side of the social spectrum, the rescuers. Right. Thank you so much for shouting out. Yes, please make sure to follow Vitingale. Those people who did not allow the quote-unquote dirty work to be perpetrated, right? Here, let me pull up the reading a little bit more. So we're here, which is something GeoDragon, I think you mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. Yes, of course. Yes, you're all welcome here. You guys can get cozy, lurk if you need to, or you're more than welcome to help. Help us read this part, because I'm making the introduction take a while, but it's actually very short. It's just I am making it because I want to really dig deep. So this is something that GeoDragon mentioned earlier, right, about the people who did not want to do that did not want to do the dirty work, right? Who dedicated their lives to the suffering of others in the world of universal selfishness. People who, in short, remained moral under immoral conditions, right? Because there were many people that, even under the worst possible conditions, still were moral people, still helped many people, right? This includes even the family that took care of George Soros, for example. I mean, I just use that as an example because it's very well known, but there are so many examples of where people were willing to put their own lives in danger, right, in order to save even one person, right? And so or to make sure that this person didn't get sent to the chambers, right? That they could be saved or spared, right? So, loyal to the precepts of sociological wisdom, Tech tried hard to find the social determinants. So again, oh my goodness, guys. Oh, thank you so much, Monop. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to Vitingale. As a wise man once said, of what by all standards of time was an aberrant behavior. One by one she put to the test all of the hypotheses that any respectable and knowledgeable sociologist would certainly include in the research project, right? So again, he actually lets every day I sit on that couch because I'm a oh my gosh, and that's George Soros. My gosh. Um, so, um, one by one, she put to test all of the hypotheses that any respectable and knowledgeable sociologist would certainly include in the research project. She computed correlations between the readiness to help on one hand and the various factors of class, educational, denominational, and political allegiance on the other, only to discover that there was none. There was no correlation to be found between whether people were the bourgeoisie, the lumpen proletariat, right? Whether they had a PhD or had only received a third grade education, whether they were Lutheran or Catholic, ultra Orthodox, what, even Muslim, it did not matter. Same thing with political allegiance. They could be liberals. They could be communist. There was no correlation at all to be found. In defiance of her own, and I think that's important to keep in mind, because people love to say now, right, that there is a correlation somehow, right? But even a study on, one of the worst horrors ever perpetrated by human beings on other human beings found none, right? So that's something to keep, if you want to keep in mind, for sure. In defiance of her own and her sociologically trained readers' expectations, Tech had to draw the only permissible conclusion. The quote, "These rescuers acted in ways that were natural to them." Right? So we're right here. And this goes back to something GeoDragon was saying, and I will make sure to read the chat in just a second. I just want to finish this paragraph. The rescuers acted in ways that were natural to them. Spontaneously, they were able to strike out against the horrors of their times. In other words, the rescuers were willing to rescue because that is their nature. Right? And so again, he's positing these things so then that way he can critique it. If they came from all corners and sectors of the social structure, thereby calling the bluff of there being social determinants of moral behavior, right? So, again, hello, Nabil. Welcome in. It's very nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. So, again, this is an important thing, which also actually goes into discussions of psychiatry, oddly enough. If anything, the contribution of such determinants expressed itself in their failure to extinguish the rescuer's urge to help others in their distress. Tech came closer than most sociologists to the discovery that the real point at issue is not, quote, "What can we as sociologists say about the Holocaust," end quote, but rather, quote, "What has the Holocaust to say to us, the sociologists, and our practice," end quote. This, what he just did right now rhetorically, I just want to point it out, is called chiasmus, right? And it comes from, and hello, August. It's very good to see you here. Also, please feel free to, if you would like to, interrupt at any time if you have anything to say. While the necessity, so it's called chiasmus, right? Like the don't ask what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your, right? That's chiasmus. It comes from the Greek for chai, which means X. Anyway, sorry. While the necessity to ask this question seems both a most urgent and most ignobly neglected part of the Holocaust legacy, its consequences must be carefully considered. So again, instead of using the Holocaust as a foregone conclusion, right, he is trying to argue that sociology needs to instead, right, take a step back and consider, right, what the Holocaust has done in terms of, right, breaking down the conventional wisdom, so to speak, of orthodox sociology that kind of that essentially was proven false by it, right? Or that, like, for example, like the correlation between, class, education, blah 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 blah, and morality, right? If there's no correlation, then why do people still want to go back to that, right? Because then that means that rich people cannot claim more morality than poor people, right? Or vice versa, right? So, hello, Phoenix Dragon. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. I always learn something when I'm here. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that. Okay. So let me see here. Humans as a group and species are not inherently amoral. Do you mean amoral or immoral? Because amoral means like without regard to morality as such. Anthropology discovered that humans' inherent morality is affected by the limits of an individual's limit of making connections with 150 people. That sounds interesting. I've never. That's something I don't like when it comes to numbers. I don't know exactly, but that sounds interesting. If that is the number. Humans end up needing to make laws and government to handle over 150 person connection limit. Is that tied to, I don't know if you can answer this question, but is that tied to the fact that is more or less like the amount of people that constitute a kind of like what in most of human history people would probably call like a tribe? It's usually around that size before it like breaks off and becomes another one after a certain point. I wonder if that plays a part into it. I don't know, but it would be interesting to know. Some people have inborn psychological conditions that can lead to psychopathic tendencies. Sure. Individuals with these conditions are less likely to act immoral if they have a supportive childhood home environment. Interesting. Well, right, because one of the things is like you might be diagnosed with something, but how it expresses, right, it's not always going to be the same, right? Because it's like other things, like there are things in your genetics, right, like in your alleles, right, which due to the environment you're in, right, could turn it could shut off one of the genes that you have, right, and then now you start to express this other thing phenotypically, right? But all that stuff, right? Yes, humans are inherently altruistic. Sometimes the bystander effect and groupthink can get in the way of altruism. Yeah, I that's interesting, because then that gets into like evo-psych and like other things, right? Like stuff that I think that one wasn't really developed as a discipline when this was written, but also just like very, very different. So the necessity to ask this question seems both most urgent and a most ignobly neglected part of the Holocaust legacy, its consequences must be carefully considered. It is only too easy to overreact to the apparent bankruptcy of established sociological vision. So this goes back again to what I was saying, right? That the Holocaust challenges what sociology hitherto thought about society. And the other methodologies that are discussed, right, the other studies, still try to use those methods in order to explain what occurred. And this is him saying they are proving that those methods are not useful, right? Once the hope to contain the Holocaust experience in the theoretical framework of malfunction, modernity incapable of suppressing the essentially alien factors of irrationality, civilizing pressures failing to subdue emotional and violent drives. Again, this is going back to the older things that were being said, right? That like, oh well, there's this like inherent violence within the human species that was always going to come out at some point, and that because like Victorian society and early modernity were these societies where everything was very repressed, it blah blah blah, right? These are things that people have argued vis-a-vis the Holocaust. So and irrationality is another thing. This is why this is a separate point, but this is why you never want to say that the Nazis were crazy or that Hitler was insane or blah blah blah, right? Because that's giving him an out, right? That's you literally building the bridge so he doesn't have to be faced head on, right? When people say that, oh well, he was a megalomaniac or blah blah blah, right? It's like, no, he's just a person, right? You don't have to diagnose him with anything, right? Because in that attempt to diagnose him, right, kind of like what Zygmunt is saying here, right, then you start to like have foregone conclusions about that. Yes, 150 people is about the size of a tribe. Yeah, I thought so, because I know that we have like in terms of like I don't want to say family, because under tribal societies, like what a family meant is very, very different, right? That's why I always tell people, like, when you're reading the Jewish Bible, right, and it says like what happened with Lot and his daughters, right? It's like his daughters can mean literally any female child that lived within that 150 person unit, right, of the clan or tribe or whatever that he was part of. Because they would have all have called him father, and they would have all called all the women mother, etc., right? So that's why like that story, if you contextualize it like that, then it isn't so strange. It's still strange, but you know what I mean. Once the hope, we already went through that. Civilizing pressures fail to subdue emotional and violent drive, socialization gone awry. And it's funny because like this phrase socialization is now like so overused, right? Going awry and hence unable to produce the needed volume of moral motivations has been dashed. One can be, right, and we can end at the end of this section, easily tempted to try the obvious exit from the theoretical impasse to proclaim the Holocaust as a quote-unquote paradigm for modern civilization. It's quote-unquote natural, quote-unquote normal, who knows, perhaps also common product, its quote-unquote historical tendency. In this version, the Holocaust would be promoted to the status of truth of modernity. Right. So again, we're right here. Rather than recognized as a possibility that modernity contains. Right. Modernity allowed for all of these things, right? Like the two industrial revolutions, right? The advancement in literacy, right? The the developments in biology that eventually gave rise to Darwinism, and then later to Herbert Spencer, and then his idea of social Darwinism and blah blah blah, right? Like the truth only superficially concealed by the ideological formula imposed by those who benefit from the quote-unquote big lie. In a perverse fashion, this view we shall deal with in more detail in the 4th chapter, which at some point we'll get to, having allegedly elevated the historical and theoretical significance of the Holocaust, can only belittle its importance. So by putting the Holocaust in this view, right, that it's a foregone conclusion of modernity. Like modernity was always going to cause this, right? then you're actually minimizing the Holocaust as such, right? You're minimizing the second Bengal famine, right? Started by Churchill, right? Then you're minimizing the Armenian genocide. Then you're minimizing Srebrenica, right? Like, as if these things were always meant to happen at some point, right? Like, they were all not, specifically or discreetly, so to speak, but as the horrors of genocide will have become virtually indistinguishable from other sufferings that modern society does undoubtedly generate daily and in abundance. Okay? So, for those of you that are in the VC, the couple of you that are in there, I don't know if either of you have anything that you guys would like to add to that, because I was kind of talking for a while, so. Also, Hitler-specific psychology becomes the only diagnostic criteria for defining a genocidal fascist. Yeah, that's true. Which would be silly, of course, right. Inversely, those who happen to share similar characteristics could be unduly defined as future Hitlers, right? Like, it's this like, oh, if you match him in these characteristics, right, which, how do you even define them, right? Then it becomes, inversely, those who happen to share similar characteristics, yeah. So, I don't know, Ben, August, do either of you have any questions or want to add anything? Oh, I see that there's in the bubble chat. My internet is acting up, so mostly listening for now. Oh, no worries, that's fine.
No, I thought this was pretty interesting. A lot of this echoes kind of what Deleuze says on similar topics, especially not just sort of letting people off with vague sort of people are just bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really interested to see more of this. I don't read a lot of sociology. I'm not familiar at all with Bauman, but this has been very much in line with some of the other stuff I've been reading, and I liked it a lot. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Hope you don't mind if I end the VC now, just so that way I can...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you both so much for joining me for this, and hopefully next time we'll have more people. But yeah, we will start at the Holocaust is a test for modernity, that section, next time. So thank you both again so much. Okay, so incoming ad break. Someone please think of minimizing Srebrenica is a socialist, actually. Some people think minimizing Srebrenica. So I don't get that. I don't get that. I don't get how anybody could ever feel that it's okay to minimize anybody else's suffering, except in the way in which people ideologically are put opposed to one another, right? The like divide and conquer way, right? To try to cause harm that way. Let me see. I'm curious. I'm curious if this will even play. But I also...
No. Argentina. Abstention. France. Yes. Iraq. No.
Also, it's not like we can take people totally off the hook if they have psychological issues or take drugs. Therefore, we shouldn't... Yeah, exactly. Like, even if X were true, he still did X, Y, Z, A, B, C. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take away from the fact of what he did, right? It's not an excuse, but people like to use it as a kind of, like, as a way to either explain, right, in a weird way, or as an excuse. And that's where you get the like denialists, right, where they like to focus on saying, oh, you know, he was blah blah blah, and there's no way he could have known, and blah blah, you know, and it's false.
Lebanon? No.
Oh, this is in Catalan. Okay. In 1947, the United Nations are going to vote in favor of the partition of Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab state.
Soviet Union? Yes. United Kingdom?
El Consejo Nacional Jueu va a aceptar la resolución mientras las delegaciones árabes la van rebutar. So the National Council, the National Jewish Council in Palestine is going to accept it. Again, it does it cynically. It only does it because it knows that the Arab League is not going to, right? So.
Abstain? The United States? Yes.
Resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against.
So the vote for the partition of Palestine was done by 33 votes in favor. For those of you that are good in math and doing mental math, right? Or those with the calculator on hand, you know, you can calculate this. 33 votes in favor, 13 against, and 10 abstentions. How many countries were part of the United Nations at this time? In 1947. If people know, if people want to answer. 46. 46? No, there's also 10. 56. Yeah, 56. Yeah, you're right. Now there are 193. That disparity is because most of the world was still colonized by, well, definitely two of the countries on the Security Council, the United Kingdom and France, right? So that's something to keep in mind here, right? Like, oh, why are there only 56 countries that can vote? Well, the only recent countries that had been even given independence would have been India and Pakistan, right? Which at that point was both Bangladesh and Pakistan, right? It was both as one country. In the words of Tim Pool, whoopsie. Yeah, I actually have that on the. I can kind of do it. I can kind of do the sound, but on the soundboard, I think I have it, or I have access to it. Oh, hello, Zedzir. It's so nice to see you. Let me see here. Where is it? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm positively quivering with all the free testosterone in the air.
If you're talking pre-partition, yeah, it would be one country. Right, exactly. Yeah. Because this would have been in 1947. This is November 1947. Anyway, so it says here, the Zionist invasion of Palestine starts the war after the colonial declaration of Israel. This is actually technically wrong. And the defense of the Arab armies of the invaded territory of Palestine. Like I said before, not even 1 month, like technically the month after this, December 1947, is when the first, the beginning of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine began. A month after the partition was even agreed to, right? Before they even had a plan of how it was going to go about, the soon-to-be Israelis already knew that they were going to try to change the borders, right? Like, they only accepted it so that way they would be seen as, oh, look, we accepted the borders in the first place. But they didn't. The Israelis call it Leanonomen Guerra de la Independencia. So they call it the War of Independence. Els Palestins, the Palestinians, Leanonomen, call it Al Nakba, which means, the catastrophe. Which there's a really good legal article. Oh my gosh, it's so good, and I'm using it in. So again, if you'd like to help me with my research, you can go to Throw and always help me there with the books that are on there, as well as whatever else is on there, or go to my Patreon, and become a patron, etc. But there is one article that I'm going to use in part of my research that is called Nakba as a legal concept. It is so good. It is very, very good. It's very long. It's like 100 pages long, but it is very good. Very well argued. Is this in reference to the Nakba, not the Haifa massacre? Well, this is referring to the Nakba 1940 to 19. This is referencing only from May of 1948 to the signing of the armistice agreements in 49. So it wouldn't include Haifa, because Haifa happened before this. Oh, you know what I just realized? There's another reason why it's going to be very difficult to watch this, because there's like music in this. I guess I can turn it off turn off the volume when it starts playing music, but oh, I have to turn it off now. Well, I have to mute it anyway. Yeah, Haifa was done. Like, Haifa and Jaffa were done before. I think Haifa was done in February, and then Jaffa was done in March. And so here he's going over the fact that everything here is from 48. When it first became a kibbutz. So Nachsholim, right, 73 years ago, this was in 2022, right, was founded. But it was founded, like many things, on top of something else, right? Because there was an active effort to destroy. In fact, I forget which town it is, but there was a town where several homes did remain, like they weren't destroyed, but then they made it a point when the city started growing to destroy the Palestinian homes anyway and to rebuild on top of them. So I don't know.
El 14 de juny del 1948 érem aquí, un mes després de la proclamació de l'Estat d'Israel.
So the brigade that is being talked about here is the Alexandroni Brigade, right? And they are named after, yes, Alexander the Great. They were specifically supposed to do the ethnic cleansing between Haifa and Har Carmel, or Mount Carmel, right, all the way down to the northern reaches of Tel Aviv. So that, like, coastal plain, right, where you have a lot of fishing villages of Palestinians. Now, one of the things that is very important to keep in mind is that different brigades were literally given lists of like, we need you to ethnically cleanse this, and this, right? These towns, right? And go in this direction with all your trucks and everything, and every town that you hit, right? Do this, blah, blah, blah. Like, everything was planned. There are a few examples of where the Palmach or the whatever paramilitary groups had either made peace agreements with the village itself, but if and this is something that comes to mind, if however that same group that apparently made the peace agreement with you that they would let you stay is not the one that comes to your village when they started this whole thing, they don't care. They don't care if you were willing to surrender and live in peace. They don't care. Unless they're that group that knows that you signed that. If it's not them, they don't care. And in fact, there are examples where they would specifically send out either Irgun or Lehi forces, right? Because the Haganah had initially said, "Oh, don't worry, if you surrender your arms and blah blah blah, you'll be fine." And there was also collusion with the British as well, where they specifically took away the arms of many of the Palestinians that lived in Haifa as well as in other cities. So,
us quedareu aquí i construireu el vostre quibuts. De les 63 persones que ens vam establir aquí, només quedem 3 noies i jo.
So, what he's saying is that 63 people founded this kibbutz, right? That there was these groups of people right after the war, quote unquote, ended, right? And now there's only these 3 ladies and this man here. That's all what's left of the 63 that initially began to live in this kibbutz. Now remember, hakibbutzim were used, right, as a tactical place, right, to, like the ones in Gaza, right, to be a kind of like front against possible incursion, I suppose. But it was always used as a way to then justify further expansion. So that's another thing to keep in mind too. I think this music is old enough to where it should be fine, especially since it comes from a record that's the original. I hope so, but I guess we'll find out.
L'apartem.
Posa-la allà i ja està.
Dóna molt.
No, no li donis. Posa-la allà.
Okay, I don't know what they drank, but apparently they don't like it. I thought it was just water, though. It looked like water to me, but I don't know. They really don't like it. Okay. This is literally like the Zionist music of the time. So, just so you know, the stuff that it's saying is like fantastical, like stuff that isn't true, right? That like, oh, look at us, we are the brave soldiers who came to this land and blah blah. It's like stuff. It's saying stuff like that. So they came to Tantura in 1948, June of 1948. So what does that mean? That just the month, like 2 weeks after the Independence Declaration, you already had people. Interesting and weird. Kibbutz schools were used as naturally occurring case of why you usually are not attracted to peers that you grew up with since very young age, like kindergarten age. Oh, interesting. That means that within 2 weeks of the expulsion of the Palestinians that lived here, they already had 63 people ready to live here. right? So, like, that's how quick this happened, right?
Vam arribar a Tantura el 1948.
Juny de 1948.
Juny de 1948.
Sí, al juny. I què hi havia allà?
Hi havia sorra i més sorra.
That just means sand. But the town of Tantura, which literally has been wiped off the map, was an Arab village, a Palestinian village. And if you know Spanish, then you can just read the subtitles, but I have to, explain them too in English.
I el poble àrab de Tantura. Vam anar al poble àrab.
So, here they're saying exactly what happened. We went into the village, and everybody chose their room, their living space. That's literally what they did. You walk into the town, and you're like, oh, I want this. Okay, it's yours now. Geodragon, you get this. Narwhal, you get that. Like,
Cadascú va triar una habitació. Era un poble...
So, again, this is what it looked like more or less. This is what it looked like in 48. But you can see, like, they're just bringing in young Israelis here. And they're like, oh, hey, do y'all want to live here? It's very strange.
Molt gran. I ens vam establir allà. Una de les cases es va convertir en el menjador col·lectiu.
So one of them became like a cafeteria, essentially. Because again, one of the things about... And again, I apologize that it's not in English. I wish I could have it in English itself. But it got taken down. So I don't even know about this in the first place. But I've been wanting to talk about it, and I waited so long that they ended up taking it down. Because there are some parts where it gets a little too rough to watch, and I just can't. I'm just gonna skip those parts, but yeah.
Era la casa del sheik.
6 taules i prou.
So the sheikh, right, the person in charge of the village, right, or they turned his house into their cafeteria because again, kibbutzim are usually communal living, right?
Al davant hi havia una terrassa amb el terra de ciment polit de...
So that is to say that they had this cement that's like, I don't want to say glazed cement because that's not quite what that means, but it's like where it's made so that it's like very, like almost like the kind that they would use in like roller rinks and stuff like that, but also like for dancing, right? Because like that's what I think that they also do, that they dance on it, if I remember correctly. Like they could use it as a dance, I just don't remember what exactly. Someone doing some glazing. I mean,
molt maco.
Whoa. I will say one thing, and I will say that I do dislike the fact that if any of this music, like if you ever like any of it, right, like if you just listen to it and you don't know what it's saying, right, let's just, one, if you don't even know what it's saying, but two, like let's just say you just like the way it sounds, right, you, in a way, you can't like it, right, because of the implication, right, in a way, right, especially if it was created in this time period, right. Oh my goodness. Narwhal. Oh, thank you so very much, Narwhal. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for the contribution towards us, the century of U.S. capitalism in Latin America. I really, really appreciate that. Psychologists hypothesized that the kibbutz kids were thinking of each other like siblings since they knew each other and they were very young before they became hormonal teenagers. Well, again, that is interesting because that is more like tribal society in a weird way. That is why, like, when you read the Jewish Bible, right, like, all these people are called father or mother, right? But people think, like, with Lot and his daughters, right, they think, like, oh, they were, like, a nuclear family. No, they weren't, right? Like, those girls could literally be, like, very, very distantly related to him, but because they are from his wife's sisters, right, technically they're also his daughters, right? Like, that's like one of the things that Engels goes to into the origins of private property. Gosh, why am I getting it confused again? Private property, the state, the family, private property, and the state. Hello, BCAT. Do people want me to just keep playing it, or should I skip past the music and go to the next, like, dialogue? I don't know. I don't know what people want. Okay, I don't mean to pause again and again and again, which I do regardless, but you see this parking lot right here? I don't want to, like, overemphasize it, but this is, because, like, see here, they have, like, their little pod houses, and here you have all of this. There is a building right here on the beach, this one here, that is an extant building from when it was still a Palestinian village. Right, and here you have this, like, creek, right, that sort of has its estuary right here, right, and you can see how it's very nice, right, with these, like, if you want to go for a swim, right, you know, like, if you have kids, you don't have to go straight out into the open ocean. This parking lot here, I'm just saying, right now, it got me thinking about other parking lots, okay, and what else is underneath them. I'll put it like that. That's all I'm saying. Just know. Hello, Adrian. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So just know, like, when we're talking about the history of Palestine, just know that, like, a parking lot, it should raise a red flag. And yes, that is literally a war equipment in the middle of some random town. There he is. So this is Teddy Katz, right? He is the person whose master's thesis was on Tantura, and he collected evidence, right, where it was half Palestinian, half Israeli, right, including people from the Alexandroni Brigade, right, where he just let them talk, right, he just let them cook, right, to the point where they literally said what they did the day that they took over Tantura. Then they claimed, oh, actually, what we said on those tapes isn't collectively. Oh, what we said on those tapes, you know, we actually can't remember everything that happened from the moment we stepped onto, like, you know, Tantura city limits to that evening when we left Tantura city limits. Like, we don't know what happened during those, like, 6 hours or whatever. So, just so we're clear, right? Like what this is gonna, you know, like, I know, like, the viewership kind of, like, went down a little bit, and I understand that not everybody's interested in stuff like this. I'm interested in this because this guy wrote a master's thesis that got thrown out of the university library. That never happens. But it happened because he got sued by the IDF. Because because he direct quoted them. It was satire, yeah. Doing research on some Gazas for late. She asked me to help writing. Oh, so just keep that in mind. Makes sense why there are programs to get Jewish young adults from places like the U.S. to visit the rest. The intention they might fall in love with in is right. I mean, that is if like the whole. First of all, calling it birthright. Excuse me. Why would you name that a birthright? Like, it sounds so weird. My birthright trip. Like, oh no, what are you talking about? Like, oh, that sounds so eugenicsy. And granted, it is, but it's just really weird. I had a family friend that took the advantage of the program but did not stay there. Now he is either a mayor or on the city council of interesting. That's cool. So he was named after Theodor Herzl, by the way. Yeah. So his parents thought, you know, oh hey, we're gonna name him after Binyamin Tsev, right? Tsev, who is Theodor Herzl, right? AKA the guy that kind of started Zionism as we understand it now. Yes, there were predecessors like Max Nordau, right? And yes, Zionism technically started as a Christian thing first, but the guy that kind of like wrote De Judenstaat and, you know, visited Palestine and blah blah blah, you know, all of that stuff, that's who he's named after. So
també conegut com Theodor Herzl. Tota la vida he pensat, I encara ho penso.
So he's saying that my entire life I have thought, and I still think, that was the root of like the disaster that would happen in his life, right? That like all of the bad luck is because they decided to name him, right? Like that his namesake is Theodor Herzl, right?
Que l'arrel del desastre, fins I tot la part que en podríem dir la contaminació.
So, and he's saying like what we could even call the contamination of 1948, right? Like the implication of Zionism and its fruition into a state.
El 1948. Fins I tot avui dia, la major part del que va passar al 1948.
So even to this day, the vast majority of what happened in 1948
o se silencia,
it is either silenced or it has been destroyed. And this is very much true. This is why, like, there are ad campaigns by the State of Israel, or were, I don't know if they still have them now, because I actually found out, this is actually something that I don't know if people have even discussed, because it's kind of like not something you would know unless you're going to travel there in the first place. But it's something that, like, if you're traveling and you do the stuff of buying travel insurance, right? I was reading recently that the main travel insurance provider of the United States no longer provides insurance for trips to Israel. Like, it will not underwrite them. So it's like, nope, if you go there, that's on your own. Like if the plane lands in Ben Gurion, the plane lands in Ben Gurion. But if it gets canceled, if you get sick, if you get, you know, whatever, we won't help you with any of that. That's saying a lot, I would say. That's saying a lot. Like, Vitingale says, open YouTube in another tab and like, oh, well, if you would like to.
Oh, s'ha destruït.
Oh, yes. What I was saying was, there were ads that were talking about like people, like, cuz they try to get people that aren't necessarily Jewish, right, like people to go visit. In fact, once on someone else's stream, I got one of those ads. This was years ago, or a year or so ago, and it was trying to advertise like, oh, like, have you ever wanted to like hike in a place that's full of history? And I'm like, all mountains are full of history. I don't know what you're talking about, but but the whole point was like, why don't you go there so that way you can go blah blah blah. And they talk about and there was like these national parks, and it's like the history of the creation of national parks in general, but in the particular case of Israel, has been to literally efface, right, the Palestinian history that's there, right? Like, sometimes people can have literally like wandered around and find like the ruins of a house, and then you can see like the remnants of former houses that are now full of overgrown brush and everything, right? And they're just like, oh, that must be from ancient times or something, like, because oh, I'm so glad to hear that you like the educational content. Yes. So here's a guy that on camera in 2022 is like, of course we did it. Of course we did it. I don't know. Like, to me, it's like, if he's just saying it. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, yeah, I did it. Bruh, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just a little too much. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a little bit... In fact, he's saying, like, without any remorse. Like, no regrets whatsoever. Like, that's what he's literally saying right now.
Sense cap remordiment. Perquè calia.
So this is Hanoch Hamid, who was a soldier of the Alexandro. So again, the main battalion, the brigade that was sent there was the Alexandroni Brigade, because they were supposed to sweep the part of the coast from Mount Carmel down to what is now Herzliya, which is north of Tel Aviv. In fact, the grounds of Tel Aviv University are built atop what used to be a Palestinian village. And you want to know what's the worst part? Their faculty club house thing. Because a lot of universities have this, right? Where like, oh, like the faculty, they'll have like, workshops or whatever, seminars or whatever. I kid you not. Their faculty clubhouse, which is not, some fancy schmancy thing, but it's still what it is, right? Is actually the only remaining building from that Palestinian town that existed, that Palestinian village. Like, just the... I don't know. There's just something about that just to me is like... And Tel Aviv University is supposed to be like the hyper-liberal, university. And it's just like... In a way, right, like, preserving it is good, right, in one sense. But it's like the faculty club, right? It's like it's become this like innocuous building where you have like seminars about pedagogy and blah blah blah. And it's just like, you save one building, but atop everything else, you built this, university. So that way you could get rid of the memory of everything else that was here, right? And these are the things that, like, again, when Zygmunt Bauman discusses these, right? This goes to what he's saying, right? Like, you can't ignore these things, right? If you want to look at it in just these little graphs, sure, yeah, you can say, oh, well, blah 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 blah. But it doesn't change the material basis of what's going on, right? So.
Matant-los feies una cosa bona.
And he just said, like, if you did this thing, it was considered a good thing, so. Oh, you know what I just, what I'm noticing is that they dress like, Afrikaners. You know, like white South Africans. They dress exactly like that. With the khaki, you know, anyway.
Jo estava disposat a matar.
So again, then, like he's trying to say, like, well, back then, I was okay to Roblox people. I was okay with that. But that was back then. Yakov Erez. Right? Bro, it doesn't matter if it was back then. You did the thing. Right? And you haven't, as it were, like, had to... You haven't had to, you know, have any restorative justice occur, right, where you have to do something, you know, etc., right? Like,
Perquè m'havien educat així.
Because they had educated me that way. Think about what that says about the the outfits, right? Yeah, it's really weird, huh? But what he just said right now, what Yaakov just said right now. Oh, I was willing and able to do that because that's how I was, like, taught. I was educated to be willing to Roblox. I mean, he's saying it himself, you know.
Era la manera de destruir els nostres enemics.
Right, that it was just the way you had to go about it to destroy quote unquote enemies, but those enemies were always contrived. In fact, this was something that Ben Gurion at the time was very upset because the Palestinians did not want to do anything. They literally were like, okay, if you want to rule over the land, whatever, fine. Just let us, you know, we just want to go home, do our thing, you know. We've been here for, you know, since time immemorial, right? Rulers have come and gone, right? We want to go back to doing whatever we want, right? To go back to our usual stuff. The difference was this time, the Zionists said no. Oh, no. You cannot just go back to your house. You cannot just go back to X, you know, blah, 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 you know, so...
O fer que ens tinguessin por i fugissin de nosaltres.
No em vaig parlar amb ningú. Amb ningú.
See, like, one thing, too, is, like, he's wearing a Bukharan kippah, which I like because... Well, I like the kippah itself. I like because I don't like the kind of... how when most people think of kippot, right, they think of, like, the very Ashkenazi, even, like, Hasidic, like, a particular form of Hasidic type of... Like, I like the fact because, interestingly enough, those type of kippot demonstrate the fact that Jewish people have lived around other people, many of them Muslim, right, who also wear similar headgear, right? Like, there are hats that look like this that are worn in Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Iran, you know what I mean? Turkey, like... And so it's very strange at once to be like, oh, we had to do this, but also, yeah, it shows, like, the fact that, one, the idea of, and in fact, Avi Schleim goes into this, right, the myth of Arab or Muslim anti-Semitism, right? because it was an imported anti-Semitism, right, which happened because of the Europeans, etc. But the point being that, like, him wearing this and saying this is Bukharan. Bukhara is with an A. Because it's Bukhara and then Bukharim, Yehudim Bukharim. So, and then if it was Jewish women from there, it would be Yehudiot Bukhariyot. Is it okay if you promote? Sure, fine.
I amb la seva dona van viure junts molts anys.
And so he's admitting that he's never enjoyed the lurkage. Oh, I mean, like, if people aren't interested in this, I mean, you just have to let me know. Like, I mean, this is interesting for myself, right? But I can always, you know, change to back to Rev or to something else if people don't like this format or whatever.
No en van parlar?
No, què volia que li digués? Que sàpigues que sóc un assassí.
So he's laughing right now because they're asking him, like, you didn't even tell your wife what you did during 1948? He's like, why? Like, he's like, what am I supposed to tell her, right? That, you know, I play Assassin's Creed, you know? So this is Benny Katz's home. And again, Benny Katz is disabled. And I meant, like, my question was a joke. Oh. Sorry, I misunderstood because it was cross-platform question. He's disabled, and this has to do with the fact that during when the call out, you know, when the actual cancellation of him, right? He was actually canceled, quote unquote. The stress was so bad that he ended up having a stroke. So I just want to make that very clear going forward, that he's had multiple strokes since then. Styx, Dragon, Charon. Oh, you're talking to someone. Oh, sorry, my bad. This here is the director of the film, by the way, Alon Schwartz.
Així? Vols veure res?
Encara no.
Teddy, com va tot?
Molt bé, gràcies.
So this is something that's very common where it's also very common in Islamic culture, where when you're asked how are you, Jewish people will often respond Baruch Hashem, or thank God, right? So you will also have that in Muslim culture where someone will say how are you, and you will get a response like Alhamdulillah, right? And in fact, Jews who are Arab Jews or Jews who have connections to North Africa or Southwest Asia, etc., who are like Sephardic or whatever, that grew up in a Arabic speaking home, often will use like inshallah or things like that, right? Usually mashallah is more common in Sephardic parlance. I don't know why, at least in my experience, but you always get Baruch Hashem, right? Thank God. And so just so you know, like, if people respond with that, know that that's them saying things are good, right? That's a positive thing. No, I wasn't talking to... Oh, I see. Often reminds me that Palestinians... Oh, I see what you mean now. Damn, that's so rough. Yeah, I know. it's very sad because he did not deserve it, right? Like, he did something good, right, that was necessary, right? And Teddy doesn't deserve this or what he has. Also, not only that, but they also went after his kids, okay? Like, one, it's horrible that they went after him. Going after his kids, too, and they were, like, harassing his kids. Like, they would call him up. Like, they would call him up and be like, oh, you know, like, where's your dad? Where's your dad? Like, you know, actually, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or, pardon me, right? Just saying that over and over and over and over, right? To, like, freak them out, right? And, you know, they were younger back then.
Teddy, si es cansa, m'ho diu I fem una pausa, eh?
And so right now they're being, you know, hey, look, if you need to take a break, if you want us to stop. And this is what I tell, you know, also with chat as well. Like, if y'all start to feel like, hey, you know, maybe we could move on or do something else, because we can always watch this some other time or anything. Just let me know again.
Expliqui els seus records amb naturalitat.
Abans de començar.
So, this is where he states about his strokes, right? He says, before starting, I want to tell you that I've had several strokes.
Li vull dir que he tingut uns quants ictus. No sé si ho recordaré.
So he doesn't know if he can remember everything, right? Because again, like, strokes are something that involve the lack of oxygen to your brain, and usually that involves some form of memory loss. So again, that's Shakespeare, the undefeated content mix DJ, believe in yourself. Okay. Yeah, and it's also weird too, because it's like I have to translate it from Catalan into English, and you know, but
tot. El primer ictus està relacionat amb aquest incident.
So that's him saying that the first stroke happened and it happened, from what I recall from my reading of the various things, this happened when the Supreme Court wouldn't let him retract his like what the IDF had forced him into signing. Like, it was so stressful because they literally well, we will get there.
Creu que van matar gent quan la batalla ja s'havia acabat?
Primer de tot, n'estic segur. Segon, m'ho van dir. I tercer, tinc la...
So, he's saying, so the director is saying, do you think that they Roblox the people, as people say? He says, not only do I know for a fact, but second, they told me, and third, I have the tapes, right? Because this took place a long time ago, right? So he has actual physical audio tapes.
Cintes.
On són les cintes?
En una habitació. En diem l'habitació de Tantura.
So his house literally has the Tantura room, right? Where he has all of the books, all of the tapes, all of the photos, all of the everything, right? Related to his object of study, right? Like, same thing with with the throne stuff, like, right, with the books that I have for my research, right? They're here, right? Like, they're here on my desk, right? And they're here, right? Because, you know, they have to have their place because it's part of what I do, right? And in the same way, he has a whole room dedicated to this because this was his whole life, right? And his whole life has been sort of shaped by this, right? I choose to believe that the reason she said various things was not to summarize, but rather to conceal the use of sites like, well.
La col·lecció sencera. Cintes, carpetes, llibres...
So, tapes, files, right? That's what, it's funny because in America, the Chicanx, right, usage and also the diasporic usage sometimes of the word carpeta is to refer to carpet, but it's not because it sounds like the word carpet, right? But in Spanish it's always alfombra. But I have heard people talk about the something blah 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 la carpeta, and I'm thinking a folder, like a file, right? Or like an actual like binder, or like a folder, like a folder, and like the kind that have like the three ring binder, right? Like those things, right? And then they're over here talking about carpet, and I'm like, so just putting that out there, just know that it's carpeta means files, libros, right, books, and everything else, including photos and everything. So again, this is literally a deep cut, right, into one event. So that's why I'm saying, like,
De tot. Tot el que tenim sobre Tantura és a l'habitació. Li porto?
Sí. Quantes cintes té?
If you like... Oh, thank you for the... now they're asking him how many tapes does he have. He has a lot, and you'll see right now. But his warning is what I think is most important.
Espero que tinguin temps. Hi ha unes 140 hores de gravació.
More than 140 hours of recorded dialogue. Okay? 140 hours of just him recording people talking, right? Of testimony, etc. And yes, very true.
La meitat són entrevistes amb...
So red carpet is now a sneaky way to talk about Mao's work. Yeah, it's like, oh, I heard that, you were looking into getting some red carpeting, Oh, yeah, So when he did this, he had it as his methodology. Half will be Jewish Israelis, right? Half will be Palestinians, right? I know they say Jews, Arabs, and technically that's correct, but I do want to emphasize the fact that, like, when people often call Palestinians Arabs, as though, like, they often do that to kind of like deracinate them from the fact that they are Palestinian. So that's why you have to be cautious with just saying that.
Àrabs i la meitat amb jueus. Tot està gravat.
Everything is recorded.
Aquí hi ha les cintes.
Els vaig anar a buscar i els hi vaig dir que volia...
I mean, look at that. Like, all of these tapes is just different conversations he's had with generals, right, soldiers, right, witnesses, right. And so the way how they first were able to talk to Benny, Benny, was that they had told him that they were considering writing an academic article, right? So, like, this is something that as a historian, right, sometimes it can be hard to do if the collections are, I mean, some collections are literally held at people's houses. But, like, if there are archives that are difficult to reach, like, they're at a very, like, for example, there are a lot of, like, if you wanted to go do archival work, right, that involved the manuscripts, the yet untranslated manuscripts at St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai, you're going to have to go to St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai and literally be pulled over the wall with their people bucket. Like, you're literally going to have to do that, right? Because they have that ancient wall around it. They there's no, electric door. They don't have that. You have to be brought up. So just keep that in mind if, that's what you want to do. But my point being that, like, sometimes archives can be very inaccessible. And this is one of those instances where, like, the intention that they told Benny, right, might be, but the point was, later to do something larger. But still, the facts remains that, like, if you want to do something as a historian that requires you to get access to an archive, you even just getting the approval is its own thing. Then getting the money to go there, right? Like, if I wanted to talk about this subject, one, it would involve me having to go to Benny's house, right, which is in Israel, right? So you know what I mean? Which I'm not working on a project talking about that, but what I'm saying is, like, you can see how, right, the fact that someone wanted to do a film, that they were in Israel, right, that they had these resources and everything, right, is why, like, Benny's story has remained rather silent.
Escriure un article acadèmic.
Aquests són els soldats de la brigada Alexandroni.
So they're ordered by dates, and these are all of the Alexandroni Brigade, which again was the brigade that was doing that part of the coast.
Estan ordenats per dates.
Durant quant de temps les va gravar?
Uns 2 anys.
So he was writing his master's thesis, right? And typically a master's program lasts about 2 years. So what this is telling me is that either he did a program that was more than 2 years, like a 3-year program, which is not that uncommon, especially for certain subjects. Because I know in, like, Israel, right, like they have such a thing as, like, Israeli history, which is very interesting because it's like there's, like, ancient Israeli history, or like ancient history of the land of Israel, quote unquote. Then there's Israeli history. Then there's Middle Eastern history, right? But they're all different disciplines. Like, they're all different departments. And I'm just like, why? But I mean, we know why, right? Because of the weird Zionist need to, like, anyway. But so that means for 2 years, right, he was meeting and interviewing people, right, in order to write the master's thesis that was subsequently thrown out, even though he got, like, a really high grade on it. In fact, I think he got distinction on it, which is really hard to do. I'm just telling you that right now. Like, anytime someone's dissertation or thesis gets distinction or a really high grade, that's hard to do. That means that what they did was really, really good, right? But the library still threw it out. So.
Com ho feia? Anava allà, engegava la gravadora i...
Tots els que van...
So they're asking, like, how did you do it? Like, what? Would you just, like, go around to their house with the thing? And so he's telling, again, his methodology that they all wanted to talk. All the ones that wanted to talk to me, right, had me over at... Do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. Let me see here. One quick second. Let me just switch over. There you go. That's the Discord link. Creaking drawbridge sounds, a crank, a snap, a thud.
Parlar amb mi, ho van fer a casa seva. Vaig anar de casa en casa i tothom m'enviava a veure'l.
So he went from everybody's house to house, so like the generals, the brigadier generals, the lieutenants, blah blah blah, and then from each person they would say, oh, well, you should go talk to my friend, Menachem, right, or Moshe, right, like they would tell him who to go talk to. Like, oh, if you want to hear the really good stories, you got to go talk to this guy, right? That's how he found out who to go talk to, right? So like the whole thing that, oh, he had orchestrated it, blah blah, is a complete lie.
Altra. Tinguin en compte que tots tenien més de 70 anys.
But by the time that this was occurring, they were, just because it's the Rainbow Castle. Very true, very true. But he wants us to keep in mind that by the time he's interviewing them, they were 70 years old, right? Because this does not happen in the aftermath of 1948. This happened in the early 90s. So.
Això vol dir que les gravacions són de fa uns 20 anys.
So, essentially him saying, it's been quite a while since, even these recordings were there. So, some of the people would be now in their 90s, or if not their, very high 80s, if they were still alive. And so.
Puc sentir?
Se les pot endur I escoltar-les, però si vol fer un documental amb les cintes, vagi en compte.
So he's saying, he got asked, like, can we listen to them? He says, yeah, you can go take them and listen to them. However, and this is the warning, if you want to make a documentary about them, using them, beware. Beware.
Per què el perseguiran?
Because they will chase after you. They will come after you just like they did me. He knows best that they will come after you, right? And so that the IDF will do that, right? And they have all the resources in the world, essentially, within, if you're Israeli and you're in Israel, right? Like all of the resources in the world, essentially, to do whatever they want.
Com em van perseguir a mi.
Molt bé. Ens organitzem?
So, oh great, now I have to do the Hebrew as well. So, very well. Let us set everything up to record everything.
I ho gravem tot. Et dius Asher Breitbart.
Yeah, your name is... Oh, no, it's not the Hebrew. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. It's all dubbed in Catalan. So, Asher Breitbart.
Asher Breitbart.
Com l'has trobat, l'adreça de l'Asher?
So, then we have the question, how did you find out about this person, right?
Per l'Ennio.
Henio. This dude, Henio, he was something really important because like everything ties back to him. Like I forget what it is, and they'll go over it in just a second. But this person is like, oh, if you wanted something approved. Another thing too is the armed forces of the pre-state. Declaration of Independence, Israel, and afterwards, they actually would legalize or whatever, I guess, would give official mandate to, right, operations that were done that they didn't know about prior. So like, if the Irgun went out and took over a town that, blah blah blah, right, without the Haganah knowing, without Ben Gurion and the consultancy knowing, right, after the fact they would say, oh yeah, we did approve it, like they would approve ex post facto. So I'm guessing persigeren is persecute. It's related to that, but it literally means like to follow. Like seguir is suivre in French, right? Suivre, right? To follow. But But like persiguen, like that means like they're coming after you, right? Like cops te persiguen, right? Like the police does that, right? It's not just like anybody, right? It's not, you know. Okay, here we go. Henio Tzvi Ben Moshe, the leader of the the director or whatever of the Association of Veterans of the Alexandroni Brigade. So he gets to be the person that does the final, like, oh, this is the history of the Alexandroni Brigade in 1948. Yeah, of course. Pursue. Yes, like pursue. Exactly. Yes. I don't know why that didn't come to my mind, but yes, pursue. Yeah. So this was recorded in 1997, right? His testimony. Follow, pursue, right? Like, oh, I'm pursuing a suspect, right? That's, you know, quote unquote. But this was in 1997 when this was recorded. Some of us weren't even born yet at this time, but when this tape was recorded. But point being that he asks him, like, hey, do you do this often? Like, do you just go around interviewing random IDF members? And it's interesting too that he does ask him this question, right? Do people actually remember things, like when they talk to you? And he's like, yeah, they do. Like, it's by saying that, right? By telling him, oh yeah, people bring up a lot. Like, people do tell me what, you know, stuff that they remember. Yeah, so this is Henio saying, yeah, people don't remember a lot of stuff that they did, or a lot of things about the quote-unquote War of Independence, right? This is a very, very, very common thing, right? Where people will mystically, magically forget what they did between May 1948 and blah, you know, whatever date in 1949, right? Like, I'm not even joking. I mean, and with the case here with Tantura, it's literally the space of hours. Like, oh, I have no idea what happened between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Like, I remember literally every detail leading up to it and every detail afterwards, but I don't know what happened between those times. You know, and you get this a lot, right? Where there is a lot of this, where it's like, oh, I don't know, right? Because you can do that, right? Like, even in a legal proceeding, you know, if you don't know, right, you have the right to say you don't know, right? Because you don't know. But also another thing is, like, I don't know, but, like, none of these dudes look particularly, I don't know, you know, I don't know.
Jo recullo el que la gent recorda. És la seva veritat. El que em diuen és el que els queda a dins 49 anys després.
So that's what he's trying to say. Memory is funny that way, yeah. But now he's saying, like, oh, well, just keep in mind, right, that, like, this is their memory from 49 years ago. So this was in 1997, right? So it was about to be 50 years since the Nakba, like, well, technically the Nakba began in 47, but, you know, but since the Independence War began, right?
La persona que tenia al costat potser ho veia diferent I no ho recorda igual.
And so that's another thing, like this is him trying to be, like, kind of this weird, like, relativistic way of, like, well, you know, if there was a person that was, like, you know, that was standing and looking at the thing, and a person lying down and looking at the thing, they would have two different, you know, versions of the same memory, right? Which is, yeah, like, technically yes, and they're also two different people, right? And they, you know, yes, you know, people, you know, it would be technically that is the case, but it's using that technicality to be like, well, you know, that means that there's a lot of doubt that can be, you know, put into.
Esclar, esclar. Jo gravo versions, en gravaré tantes com pugui. Les comparo i en algun punt totes coincideixen.
So now he's saying, I collect all the different narratives, I listen to them all, and where they coincide, that's where I know that that's like the main, part of the story, right? Like they all say, we pulled up at 8 a.m, right, to Tantura, right? They all say, oh, we had all of the women, right, go into a courtyard, right, that had a door that you could lock from the outside, right? Like there are specific details that all of the versions have that are in common. Then usually when it comes to the Roblox stuff, that's where you start to get a lot of variability, because they're like, oh, well this guy,
Que què va passar a Tantura? No li sabria dir.
So this is just directly asking, so what happened in Tantura? I wouldn't know how to tell you. I've gotten into way too many arguments with my spouse, close friends over memories. Sometimes we have to agree we might be both partially right. We may have remembered different parts of it. And right, like it is true, right? And phenomenology is something that at one point tried to, phenomenology, not all of it, but there are some interesting articles and texts, right, that kind of discuss this, as well as things like Merleau-Ponty, right, when it comes to perception, right? In fact, stuff that I'm interested in. That, like, we can look at something, right, and even something as simple as language, like what our mother tongue, quote unquote, is, also informs how we think about what we're looking at, right? Like in certain languages, there's more inference of action than in English, right? Like in English, it's very like the bike is leaning on the fence. That's it. But in German, there is more inference within the language, so it affects also that as well, where they will say, oh, the kid left the bike there but will soon be back, right? Like, again, I don't remember the exact example, but I do remember that German was one of the languages that like infers more information, right? Like it looks at the full picture and tries to imagine like how would this come to be, right? Whereas like in American English in particular, and it also was British English too, that it would just say, oh, the bike is leaning against the fence. That's it, right? Shakespeare is a robot, like 6 months to be Philippe said. What? Shakespeare is a robot? Oh my gosh. You're funny.
Hi ha tota mena de rumors que van matar.
And there are lots and lots of rumors that, prisoners were, got to know Minecraft, had played a lot of Minecraft with prisoners.
Els presoners que no els van matar, no ho sé. Això és el que vaig sentir.
And of course, I don't know. That is what I felt. I didn't partake in what happened, so.
Jo no hi vaig participar. Ja està. Però pel que vas sentir, perquè el que està clar és que...
So now this person, right, is like, well, what I felt is, because what is clear about what happened at Tantura, most likely, like you see how now it's inserting all of these other words, right, in the language itself, right? Like, what is clear is that in Tantura, right, qualifier, right? Like now he's qualifying everything. And that puts a distance between the subject of the sentence, right, Tantura, right? And it keeps modifying it, 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 right? And that's something that, like, when it comes to legal stuff, right, that's where they try to get you, right? Like, oh, well, it's been modified, verbally so many times, right, that, oh, well, now it actually means this, not what it means here, right? So, you know.
Tantura, probablement alguns soldats o potser tot.
So saying, oh, you know, maybe there was some soldiers, maybe even all of them. That could affect the exactness of German culture, since Germans might therefore remember more details, therefore encouraging more analytical thinking. I mean, like that. I forget what the. I mean, for all I know, the article. I mean, this was years ago, and the article was in the Journal of Applied Psychology, I think, is what it was, if I remember correctly, because it was trying to see how much language affects how we think of particular objects, right? Or like what it does when we see particular scenes, right? In terms of like how we will relate to something, right? And like it was looking at like how adding in the fact that there is a person who rides the bike, right, even though there isn't one shown, right, is part of this I guess analytical thinking, I guess is kind of you're saying, right? Or so, I mean, I'm not sure, this isn't my field of expertise at all, that like there's already a very utilitarian aspect where it's like the bike cannot exist without the rider, right? Like the rider has to be around there somewhere, right? It can't just be left there, right? Otherwise the bike almost like ceases to be a bike, right? In a weird kind of philosophical way, right? Like what makes the bike? The fact that it's a bike, or the fact that people use the bike as a bike, right? So anyway, but then there were other things where like other people were like in other places, like they would say like, oh, someone abandoned the bike, right? Like they would presume things, right, in their language, and I found that very, fascinating. But again, I don't know if they've already, gone over it and said, oh, this study, which once showed this, blah blah blah, it does not actually, but it essentially was along those lines.
Es van venjar per la mort dels nostromes i molts àrabs van ser exterminats.
He's saying that the Palestinian residents, that a lot of them went to go play Minecraft.
Això és el que es deia.
That is what was said.
Sens dubte va ser una combinació de...
Oh, so you see this map here, right? So like up here, if you go just north here, you would be in Haifa, at the base. Well, actually, you would be at the base of Mount Carmel. Haifa's on the other side. And if you just go south here, it's the coastal plain. It's flat. So here there was a lot of citrus farming, a lot of other things, right? And having access to this part of the coast was seen as important because there was a belief, erroneous, but nonetheless, that Palestinians, if they had access to the sea, right, that then they could have, right, like connection to the ALA or whatever resistance, right, from Lebanon or from Gaza or whatever, right? Like there was always this like, oh, there's a tactical reason why we have to take this, right? Even though like it was a fishing village, I think like not even that many people even owned firearms, and it was like because they also had like fields where they would do farm, where they would farm, right? So they would have it for self-defense. So
moltes coses de venjança I crueltat. Hi havia gent que venia.
And so again, he's saying, oh, there was revenge and cruelty, which is very strange because another thing that they also often would like to argue is that they had no idea who these people were, right? So like, how can you have vengeance against someone you literally don't know? Like, unless there is something else, right, causing said and again, this is another thing,
Alguns venien dels camps d'extermini.
This is another thing that the State of Israel loves to also bring up again too, that so many of these people had just been liberated from Auschwitz or from Sobibor or from whatever, right? And so if they wanted to take it out on the Palestinians, right, who was to stop them? Like would you want to stop them, right? Which is concern trolling in the worst of possible ways, right? Because it's literally one marginalized person being used by an imperial power, the British, right, to then go against another marginalized person, right? Like, that framing is supposed to make us have sympathy for one over the other, right, so to speak, right? That like, oh, well, it makes sense that they would have been upset, or that they would have not been thinking clearly, quote unquote, right? But there was another writer that said that is the wrong way of putting it. In fact, there were people there were no people more conscious of the fact of what they were doing, right, than those that were willing to sign up to the Irgun or the Haganah and to do what they did, right? They didn't need what happened to them in Europe as justification. That's something that was done after the fact, right? To sort of say like, oh, well, they had just, right, like. So that's one of those things too, where like the whole usage of Hashoah, right, of the Holocaust as a kind of just something done after the fact, not done during, right? Because remember, the State of Israel outlawed Yiddish, for example. It also treated horribly the people that were from the concentration camps, right, the ones that were liberated. So like using this as an example, when most of the people that made up the Alexandroni Brigade were not from there. Most of them were people that had been either born in Europe well before, right, Hitler took power, or Hitler invaded Poland or whatever, right, like before that, or were born in Palestine, or had immigrated there from whatever, Britain, the United States, whatever, right? So bringing this up is a way to, right, to then make it about something else, right? This is a non sequitur. We don't have to. This is part of that same like Hasbaha narrative that they always try to do, right? Is it sympathy or empathy or both? Yeah, like this is why like Hannah Arendt and other people wrote that like the people that were most vociferously anti-Zionist after the war were people that came out of the camps, because they're like, how can you want to build an ethno-state when literally the concept of the nation state is what put us in the camps, right? Like how can you be like, oh well, then let's just do our own one, right? Like, and so it's that aspect that like why so many Jewish people saw that, were horrified, and did not want to go to Palestine. I'm not saying that there weren't a lot of people that went there because they had no other choice, or even because they wanted to, because there were. But like to bring this up is just a way to try to concern troll.
La pregunta és què va passar allà per crear un estat d'ànim, segons el que diuen alguns testimonis.
So this is saying like, what would it be to create a state of like a state of souls, I guess is technically how you could translate that, but it sounds weird. And I don't remember that in the English version. A strength by will, I guess, is another way. Which already starts to invoke really strange language. Oh, that's right. Yeah. The one with the hat, he does invoke very strange things. Like very weird language, like almost like very fascistic language, if I remember correctly. But one thing I gotta say, like, I do like this shawl, though. It reminds me of the kind that people have in Mexico. Like, literally, like, when I saw this lady, I'm like, I know a lady in Mexico City that looks just like this. Like, she even wears these shawls, right? But instead this is like the Zionist version, I guess. And then his wife is right here. Therefore, Hagian Brigade people are the people who did not have direct memories of the Holocaust. I mean, like, that's the reason why it like what I'm trying to say, and I don't know if how exactly you're asking that question, but rather that the usage of the Holocaust to try to absolve the violence committed by the people, by the soldiers, right, right, shouldn't fly, right? Like, that should not be. But it's often used as justification because that it like revenge. Like, remember earlier they said revenge, right, or vengeance, and it's like, well, why would they have vengeance? Well, it's because they want to frame it this way, right? Oh, they had vengeance in their hearts, quote unquote, but instead of taking it out on the people that actually did, the thing, right? They did it on people who did literally nothing at all, who would have welcomed them regardless, that literally were like, if you want to have a government, fine. If you want to live here, fine. Like, Jewish people living in Palestine has never been the issue. That was never the issue with any of the different, Arab. In fact, the initial, like, government that the British started, the Arabs literally gave the Jewish the Jewish population there, which was like 6%, 7% at the time, half of the representation in the little, like, council that they had. Half. They were only 6% of the, but they got half of the seats, right? Like, that's, very well overrepresented, and so that goes to this, like, narrative that, like, oh, they had no choice, they had no power, they had no voice, they had none of those Zionist narratives are true.
Portés els soldats a desfermar la seva ira sobre el primer que veien. Què va passar allà? Miri.
Oh, this dude right here? Oh no, this dude right here, he laughs about what people did and what he did, right? He's like in this weird, like, oh, like, if he would have had me on his side, I would have been there. I would have been calling everybody out and selling, like, oh, I remember you're the one that did XYZ, and oh, you were there when I did blah blah blah, like, but in a really, really weird way. Like, it gets a little bit too much. After the war, I tried to understand what had happened. How can you be a normal person?
Com pots ser una persona normal? Com pots fer les paus amb tu mateix?
How can you be at peace with yourself?
Com pots ser una persona normal?
How can you be a normal person?
Es matava i s'assassinava sense...
You Robloxed and Minecrafted,
Si matessin un amic seu...
If they were to harm a friend of yours, or if they were to, play Minecraft with a friend of yours, right? They would lose control, right? What's going on, Geode? I don't want you to have to... The expressions of the emotes are...
Perdria el control.
Perdria els nervis.
Well, I really don't have to translate that one, I don't think, but, like, oh, that people would lose their nerve.
Perdia el control. Tothom tenia els seus traumes.
People would lose, lose control. Their entire world, right, had all of these trauma.
Llavors, esclates. Simplement esclates. No ho pots evitar.
Necessito entendre una cosa.
I need to understand something.
Vostè entén el que jo...
Esclar, però hi ha una...
Okay, let me see here. Okay. Sure, but...
Una cosa que m'interessa molt. A què atribueix el comportament que m'està descrivint?
So what do you ascribe, like, the reasoning behind the behavior that you did, right? That you're describing to me.
Que no és el comportament d'uns assassins, és el comportament...
That this is not the behavior of people that play Assassin's Creed, right? But it is the behavior of people that in principle are normal and regular people.
comportament de persones que en principi són normals i corrents.
No és un comportament.
But then there's the response, but that isn't normal behavior, right?
Normal. Això és el que vull dir.
And that is what I'm trying to say.
Em dic Jacob
So this is Yaakov Erez, who we mentioned before.
Feres. I d'aquí uns dies
And in a few days in this day in 2022, he would have turned 95 years old.
faré 95 anys. Quan es va proclamar l'estat d'Israel,
When the state of Israel was proclaimed,
jo lluitava a la ciutat àrab de
I was fighting in the Arab village of Kfar Saba.
Kfar Saba. I vam sentir el discurs de Ben.
Then we heard the speech, the independence speech of Ben Gurion, which he did in what is now called Beit HaAtzamut, which means like Independence Hall, right? In Tel Aviv.
Gurion.
Estàvem cansats i
We were tired and we were like falling down with how sleepy we were.
ens havíem estirat a terra. I hi havia un camió que tenia
And there was a truck that had a radio.
una ràdio. Va pujar el volum
And they raised up the volume and we began to hear the proclamation.
i vam sentir la proclamació. I llavors va començar la guerra.
And then the war started, which is actually not true. Again, as I already said, by the time the state of Israel declares itself independent, most of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine has already been done. Because it starts December of 1947. And Plan Dalet goes into effect in March. So this whole, I mean, he even said I was already fighting somewhere else, right? So how can the war start if you were already fighting somewhere? Like you see the problem with this logic here, right? Like, oh well, once there was officially declared independence, quote unquote, now the war started. No, lo, Yaakov, zelo haemet. That is not the truth. The expulsion, the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians had already been going on for about 6 months at this point, right? If not more, 6 months, because December, 6 months. By the time that this happens, by when he says, "Oh, now the war starts," there already were even skirmishes with the Arab Legion, with the Arab Liberation Army, even before this. So, like, all of this is the Zionist telling of the story, right? Why? Because they need it to be that the ALA, the Arab Liberation Army, invaded the state of Israel, the fledgling state of Israel, right? And that it defeated all of these armies all at once. That is not how that worked. The only reason why the ALA was even formed was because so many Palestinians had been expelled. And the most powerful of the armies of the Arab world at the time, the Jordanians, were collaborators with the Zionists, to the point where until it came to the actual defense of the neighborhoods of the old city, south, north, and east of them, right, which is would be part of a two-state solution, would be part of a Palestinian state. The Zionists tried to take over, all of Jerusalem, right? But they were only successful, right, in ethnically cleansing everything on the way to the western part of Jerusalem. So everything to the west of where the old city begins. And in fact, they actually were upset because there was a settlement, a Zionist settlement called Gush Etzion, that they got expelled. Well, they actually became POWs, I think. But essentially, the Jordanians destroyed that settlement, right? And I kid you not, after 1967, they rebuilt Gush Etzion because it was going to be in what was going to be the Palestinian state back, in the 1947 plan. But they had already had a Zionist settlement there. And so as soon as they had the chance to rebuild it, they did. And it's now a huge settlement block. So, again, like, they will not let it go. They will not let it go. So, let's see here. No. Okay. So, I think it will probably be a good idea if we raid out, because I'm getting quite hungry actually. I need to go make dinner. So let's see if I can figure out who we can raid. I can confirm that Shakespeare is Robespierre AI from the future. I mean, so we're gonna go raid US A-hole here on Twitch. Again, make sure to tell them hello for me. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me for this stream today. I know, it was a very interesting stream because we went from thing to thing, and a lot of it was to the reading of Zygmunt Bauman. But again, I hope that you enjoyed that. So thank you. Thank all of you. I really appreciate it. So now I'm going to go make some dinner, and I'll see you all in the next stream. Oh, it's okay, Raven. No worries. Next stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Please make sure to get in the machine that way we can head on over to USA Hole. Make sure to tell them hello.